Chapter 627. Yushio finally leaned on the bed and cried bitterly. It is said that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. But how many people in the world can understand a man's heart? Especially a man like Dong Wulei. His personality was contradictory and extreme. Who could understand him? Beating a woman didn't seem like a real man's behavior. But a real man would disregard everything for his brother. Dong Wulei whipped his horse and galloped wildly. He was burning with anxiety. A road led straight to the end of the world. He was galloping alone on his horse. His destination was the Broken Soul Cliff. Wushang, you must walk slowly. You must wait for me. Dong Wushang had only been intercepted by Ao Mingyun of the Ao clan along the way. Dong Wushang had forcefully rushed past them. He had a rough appearance, but he had the overall situation in his heart. He knew that this wasn't the time to fight to the death with the Ao clan. Therefore, he hadn't killed anyone. He had only relied on the black saber's sharpness and weight to open a path for himself. Then, he had swaggered away. He had gone straight for 3,000 miles. And he hadn't been intercepted a second time. Dong Wushang muttered to himself because of this tranquility. How can it be so tranquil? Could it be that no one has noticed me? He looked at the familiar scenery in front of him. He was getting closer and closer to the territory of the Dong clan. The Broken Soul Cliff would be 300 miles ahead. He was less than 1,000 miles away from his home. Dong Wushang hesitated and stopped his footsteps. Then, he made a draft in his heart. This would be his last and most sincere effort to win back his elder brother. Big brother, I will withdraw from the clan. I will still be a member of the Dong clan. But I won't participate in any clan disputes. I've come back today to help the clan get through this difficult time. But I will ask my father to resign after this. I will accompany my big brother from now on. And we will rush to the heavens. I will leave the Dong clan to you, big brother. But I will rush back as soon as the clan needs me. And I will fight for our clan to the end. Dong Wushang shook his head. It seems a little stiff. But how should I say this? The gap between us brothers has become bigger and bigger these years. Big brother's loyal subordinates look at me as if they are looking at an enemy. Big brother, you don't know how much I miss the days when we brothers were as close as one. I want to return to those days. Dong Wushang looked ahead worriedly. At this moment, he longed to go home, but he was also afraid of going home. Home was so warm, yet so far away. After resting for a while, Dong Wushang set off again. This time, he did not hesitate. The Broken Soul Cliff was up ahead. The Dong clan's territory would be beyond the Broken Soul Cliff. And the Broken Soul Cliff was the best place for an ambush. Only a few people could walk side by side through the dense forest on both sides of the road. Dong Wushang knew that if someone wanted to deal with him, they would definitely be there. It might be the O clan's alliance, or it might be the Ao clan, or it might be my own clan. However, he strode forward like a shooting star without the slightest hesitation. I've already hesitated and considered it, but now, no matter what lies ahead, I have to go through it. Regardless of whether it was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or a broken heart, he had to face what he had to face. Dong Wushang strode forward, but he was unconsciously biting his lips. The distance of 300 miles was gradually left behind by him. Dong Wushang was startled when he turned around the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the Breaking Soul Cliff in front, there was a person standing upright. Behind him, there were dozens of people sitting and waiting. When they saw Dong Wushang's return, they immediately stood up. Second young master is back. Dong Wushang felt somewhat relieved. They were all Dong clan's people. Most of them were Big Brother's people. But the second senior elder was also among them. He doesn't like me, but he won't be so despicable with his status, right? Moreover, these people are smiling. The second senior elder's face is still ice cold. But he has always been like this. So, it's not a big deal. The only strange thing is, why are they here? Have they come to greet me? Dong Wushang suddenly felt excited as he looked at the smiling faces in front of him. He quickly walked forward. Second senior elder, you've had a hard journey. A first-grade emperor-level expert welcomed him with a cheerful smile. The situation in the three heavens is dangerous now. We have to be on guard. And we know that the Black Devil wants to ambush you. You've just been intercepted by the AO clan. So, we've calculated the time and waited here. He smiled. This Broken Soul Cliff is a natural place for ambushes. We have to be on guard. Dong Wushang suddenly felt relieved. So, that's how it is. He had a forthright and generous personality. So, he immediately smiled and said, "This is nothing. I can't thank you enough. Oh, by the way, Big Brother didn't come?" The Grand Duke is preparing a banquet and decorating the courtyard in the clan. He's welcoming the return of the second senior elder. That emperor-level expert had an embarrassed look on his face. He said in a low voice, "To be honest, the Grand Duke was very angry. He was a little, ha ha ha. In fact, even people like us were very upset. Second senior elder, please don't blame us." Cough cough. But then, the Grand Duke said, "After all, you're my younger brother. So, he asked us to come and greet you." At this point, Dong Wushang was completely at ease. For him to be able to say these words, it could be considered as him being frank and sincere. It seems that Big Brother has really thought it through. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's not easy for Big Brother. That emperor-level expert walked over with Dong Wushang in his arms. He then said, "Second young master, you must be careful. The second senior elder has come forward to greet you. Well, you know his temper." Cough cough. Of course. Dong Wushang laughed out loud and walked forward. He then slowly walked into the crowd. The Dong clan had 3 senior elders. The senior elder in front of him was the second one. His name was Du Lufeng. He was nearly 100 years old. A strange look flashed through Du Lufeng's eyes when he saw Dong Wushang walking over. He then insipidly said, "Second young master, I've heard that your cultivation has reached first grade Saber Emperor?" Everyone seemed somewhat nervous when they heard this question. They pricked up their ears and opened their eyes wide as they looked at Dong Wushang. "Yes, I was lucky enough to break through to first grade Saber Emperor." Dong Wushang smiled modestly and said, "I've made second elder laugh." Du Lufeng looked at Dong Wushang with a strange look in his eyes. He then said, "Second young master, you're 10 years old this year, right?" Dong Wushang rubbed his head and replied with a smile, 10.5 years old. I'll be 20 years old in half a year." Du Lufeng let out a long "oh" sound. Then, he said, "Was the journey peaceful?" Dong Wushang smiled contemptuously and said, "There were only a few jumping clowns. They weren't worth mentioning." Jumping clowns. Du Lufeng's eyebrows twitched. He reluctantly pulled out a smile and said, "Second young master has grown up. Let's go. Everyone in the clan is anxiously waiting for us." Du Lufeng smiled. Then, he resumed his expressionless face. Dong Wushang smiled and walked into the crowd. People from all directions also surrounded him with smiles on their faces, surrounding him in the middle. Du Lufeng tightly wrinkled his brows. He then turned around and silently walked forward. One would have seen his complexion in a very complicated manner if they had seen him from the front. His eyes were full of contradictions. 10.5 years old emperor-level expert. Saber Emperor. What kind of potential did he have? How could an old man like him, who had climbed to the 8th grade of emperor-level expert in over 100 years old, not understand? However, he couldn't consider this at the moment. Jianghu was in chaos right now. The Dong clan couldn't withstand a civil war. The Dong clan would have likely been destroyed in this great tide of Jianghu if these two brothers were to fight at this time. Dong Wushang wouldn't have a choice even if he didn't fight for it. That was because the eldest brother and the third brother had already made up their minds to push Dong Wushang onto the throne of the clan lord. Wasn't the Mo clans Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji brothers a good example? The Mo clan's strength had dropped by almost half after the last fratricide between the two brothers. The Mo clan wasn't as big as the Dong clan. But the ancestors of the Mo clan weren't weak either. But how could the prosperity of the clan be entrusted to a single person? Good martial arts and high cultivation aren't necessarily qualified to be the clan lord, right? Du Lufeng had quarreled with the eldest brother and the third brother more than 100 times on this point. But they were obstinate in their own ways. Therefore, He had no choice but to personally take action today. However, he hesitated at the last moment. Do I really have to kill a young expert with boundless future prospects? This would have been a great loss to the clan. In fact, it could have been our hope to rush to the upper three heavens in the future. Du Lu Feng's face was calm and collected. He frowned as he silently hurried on ahead. Senior Elder, an Emperor-level expert, anxiously called out. It seemed as if he was reminding or urging him. He was obviously anxious when he saw that Du Lu Feng was somewhat hesitant. Forget it. Du Lu Feng sighed in his heart. He suddenly stopped and coldly shouted, "Attack!" The 8 people who were closest to Dong Wushang immediately attacked as soon as he gave the order. Dong Wushang was walking in the middle of the group. He was in the middle of the 40 to 50 people. He was happily walking forward with the group of the clan when he suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. It seemed as if a great crisis had suddenly struck his body. He couldn't help but subconsciously twist his body, and a sharp pain spread from every part of his body at the same time. The 8 people who were too close to Dong Wushang heard the order, but they didn't have enough time to draw their swords. Moreover, swords and sabers would make a sound. So, they simply used their fists and feet, and all of them heavily hit Dong Wushang's body at the same time. They hit his back, legs, waist, chest, nape, lower abdomen, dantian, and his temples. Dong Wushang was caught off guard. He suddenly suffered a fatal attack. He angrily screamed. His tall and sturdy body was sent flying like a huge gunny sack. Cracking sounds echoed in midair. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His vision was almost blurred. He only felt that every part of his body was in heart-wrenching pain. Dong Wushang's body fell to the ground with a puff sound, and a splendid blood splashed on the ground. However, he angrily turned over and jumped up. He felt that his right leg had gone soft when he fell to the ground, and he nearly fell down. He hastily used his left leg to support his body. Only then did he realize that his right leg had been broken. His right arm, which he had used to wield the saber, hung down softly. His shoulder had been shattered. 8 experts had attacked Dong Wushang at the same time. He had been caught off guard and had sustained injuries. He didn't have the slightest ability to counterattack. In fact, he didn't even have the ability to escape. Dong Wushang's entire body was madly gushing with blood. His eyes were bleeding as he looked at these people in front of him. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He muttered, "So, it's still like this? Big brother. Has he really attacked me? Has he really attacked me?" Blood continuously gushed out of his mouth as he spoke. Dong Wushang could clearly feel that his heart was splitting into pieces. Compared to the pain on his body, the pain in his heart was 10,000 times worse. Chapter 628. Dong Wushang wasn't unguarded. He had always been on guard. However, he hadn't been on guard when things had come to a head. He had been caught completely off guard. That was because his elder brother's people had shown good intentions. So, he had let down his guard. Moreover, he had deliberately let himself let down his guard. No one knew how much Dong Wushang valued this brotherly affection. He had grown up together with his elder brother. He had always respected and worshipped him. He had always taken care of him in every possible way. He had spoiled him in every possible way. But he had turned against him. So, one could well imagine how sad and disappointed he was. Now, his elder brother had finally shown signs of reconciliation. He had shown good intentions. Dong Wushang would rather believe that this was true. He had longed to return to the environment of brotherly love. So, he hadn't hesitated to gamble with his own safety. Unfortunately, he had lost the gamble. His body was injured in many places. Someone else wouldn't have been able to stand up if they had been in his place. But he was still standing. He was standing on one leg. His entire body was bleeding profusely, but he was still standing straight. He was still mighty and majestic. Only the sadness and disappointment in his eyes had added a bit of desolate elegance to his proud figure. Everyone didn't dare to meet his gaze. So, they turned their heads away one after another. Dong Wushang smiled. It was a miserable smile. His heart had completely died at this point. He suddenly recalled that Chu Yang had repeatedly told him before he had left, "Wu Shang, you must be careful. Wu Shang, you must be careful." Big Brother had expected this. So, he had been reminding him. But he hadn't said it clearly. That's because he couldn't say it clearly. After all, Dong Wu Lei was his elder brother. His biological elder brother. It would have been hard to avoid sowing dissension if Big Brother had said it at that time. But his repeated reminders were tantamount to saying, "Be careful of your elder brother." Dong Wu Shang had also sensed it. But he had still foolishly chosen to believe it when things had come to a head. "Second Master, we also didn't want to do this." Du Lu Feng coughed twice. He then said somewhat guiltily, "But our Dong clan is swaying in the wind and rain at this time. We can't withstand another big storm." "I understand." Dong Wushang nodded slowly. The look in his eyes changed from confusion and despair to heartache and pain. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. But if one were to look closely at his eyes, one would be shocked to discover that his gaze was gradually deepening, gradually condensing, and gradually transforming into a kind of cruelty. He understood. He really understood. The Dong clan only needed one successor. Just like the throne of the royal family, there would always be only one seat. If Dong Wushang was a little mediocre, it wouldn't be a big deal. But to be so outstanding, it was unnecessary. Moreover, it was a potential crisis that could lead to the division of the family. Dong Wushang's body swayed, and his eyes suddenly turned into the color of the black saber. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Everyone in the world pursues love. But who would have thought that this world is heartless? Perhaps it's because this world is filled with too much ruthlessness that there are so many legends about love." Suddenly, a burst of intense saber light shot out from his body, brilliant and dazzling. Enlightenment. The second senior elder looked at each other in amazement. He clearly understood what had happened to Dong Wushang at this moment with his cultivation and insight. He hadn't expected that Dong Wushang's innate talent would be so unimaginable. His mind had been stimulated in such a desperate situation, but he had still managed to gain enlightenment at such a time. How can a saber strike without causing any injury be considered high? Who can endure the endless world of mortals? Drifting in the Jianghu, I'll become a heartless saber from now on. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. He laughed out loud because of the endless grief and indignation in his heart. Suddenly, he let out a long and loud shout and slowly recited these lines of a poem. Perhaps this wasn't a poem, but a saber art. A saber art that belonged exclusively to Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang had suddenly become a Buddha when his body and mind had been beaten black and blue. He had comprehended the second level of the Saber Emperor realm. His entire body was emitting intense saber energy. The look in his eyes was becoming increasingly cruel, increasingly calm, and increasingly heartless. Dong Wushang had comprehended the saber without injury when he was a first-grade Saber Emperor. But his second-grade Saber Emperor had comprehended the saber without injury. Saber strikes without causing any injury from now on. Saber strikes without emotion. His body issued pi-pi-pa-pa sounds. The broken bones in his chest suddenly recovered miraculously. He stretched out his left hand and suddenly turned his body. Then, his right shoulder shook, and a kacha sound resounded. Dong Wushang slowly raised his right hand and slightly extended it. His shoulder recovered. His right foot fiercely stomped on the ground and issued an earth-shaking loud sound. Dust and smoke flew in all directions like an explosion of explosives. His right leg recovered. His comprehensive comprehension of the second-grade Saber Emperor realm had miraculously healed all the injuries on his body to perfection at this moment. His injuries hadn't fully recovered, and his present strength wasn't at its peak. But his movements were no longer hindered. No one would have been able to stop him if he had retreated at this time, including Du Lu Feng. But he didn't want to retreat. He wanted to kill. The cloth that had bound his hair suddenly exploded with a bang sound. His black hair fluttered down and draped over his shoulders. Dong Wushang's body was tall and sturdy. He stood tall and straight. Everyone in front of him had all kinds of feelings at this moment. The Dong Wushang in front of them wasn't Dong Wushang anymore. He was a devil god from the ancient abyss. He was looking at them with disdain. Dong Wushang's eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at these people in front of him. He had once placed all his hopes and trust in them. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. His movement was as slow as an ox climbing a hill, but it left behind a clear afterimage. Everyone clearly saw that his right hand was raised to the air. It was raised to the level of his shoulder. It was raised to the point where it was raised to the point where it was leaning backwards. Then, his right hand grabbed the hilt of the saber. It was the hilt of the black saber that had remained silent on his shoulder all this time. The afterimage he had left behind in front of him was still clearly visible when his right hand had grabbed the hilt of the saber. It had displayed a clear hierarchy and a clear sequence. The moment his right hand gripped the hilt of his blade, the 50 people in front of him felt their minds shake violently. It was as if the boundless sunny weather had suddenly turned dark, and a world-shaking thunderbolt flashed across the sky at the same time that it had turned dark, and it had smashed the darkness that had filled the entire sky. "You're heartless." "So, I'm heartless," Dong Wushang bellowed. Then, he suddenly unsheathed his black saber. An earth-shattering black light shot out. The afterimage he had left behind when he had unsheathed his saber was still in front of his chest. This saber had first smashed the afterimage in front of his body. Then, it had also smashed the air in front of his body. Then, it had streaked across the distance of 80 feet. And the saber's edge had been aimed at Du Lu Feng's forehead. His body had also arrived in front of Du Lu Feng when he had hacked down with his saber. However, Dong Wushang was still standing 80 feet away. His entire body was drenched in blood. His stature was tall and straight. He was like a deep pool of water and a mountain peak. One man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. At this moment, it was as if there were two Dong Wushang that were exactly the same in this world. One was still, and the other was moving. The still one was standing, and the moving one was killing people. Du Lu Feng bellowed. He unleashed the highest strength of an 8th-grade Emperor-level expert in a flash. He didn't advance. Instead, he retreated 300 feet like a whirlwind. Dong Wushang's saber missed its target, and a deep mark appeared on the ground with a bang. It was only 1 foot wide. However, it was 100 feet deep, and it was a full 25 feet long. The might of this saber strike was so terrifying. "Let's attack together. Kill him," Du Lu Feng shouted in a sharp voice. A thin blood stain had appeared on his forehead, and blood was gushing out of it uncontrollably. Dong Wushang hadn't hacked down with his saber. However, the saber energy of the Saber Emperor had injured him. His entire body would have been split into 2 halves if it had been a little bit heavier. Du Lu Feng used his hand to touch his wound. However, his pure energy couldn't stop the bleeding. 45 people of the Dong clan crazily pounced on Du Lu Feng after Du Lu Feng had bellowed. Everyone had unsheathed their sabers and swords, and they were seething with murderous aura. Everyone knew that they would be dead if Dong Wushang didn't die today. After all, this matter had to be carried out in secret, and the clan's punishment would be enough to make everyone lose their lives if it was exposed. Dong Wushang swept his saber across. He then laughed wildly and said, "Heartless saber technique." Suddenly, the saber light became dazzling. That pitch-black black saber in his hand strangely emitted a multicolored saber light. The saber light swept across like lightning. Blood-curdling screams resounded repeatedly. The bodies of 7 people had been split into 2 halves. The smell of blood on the battlefield suddenly filled the air, and the atmosphere had become even more tragic. Dong Wushang laughed wildly. He then took large strides forward to attack. His body seemed like a moving, lofty mountain range. He was so majestic that he seemed unexcelled in the world. A light swoosh sound was heard. Then, a shadow appeared above his head. Du Lu Feng had leapt down from the sky. The sword in his hand was emitting a sharp sword light. He then thrust it towards Dong Wushang's head. Dong Wushang fiercely lifted his black saber. and it issued a whoosh sound as he brandished it. Then, a pitch-black saber curtain appeared from the ground to the sky. It had condensed into substance. Clang! A loud sound was heard. Du Lu Feng's body soared into the sky like a bird. But he then fiercely somersaulted a few times in the air. Then, he staggered and fell to the ground. Only the hilt of his sword remained. The webbing between his thumb and index finger had been ruptured and was dripping with blood. However, Dong Wushang's body also tilted. He staggered back a dozen or so steps. He left a deep footprint with each step he took, and he stepped on the ground and raised the dust in the sky. This kind of momentum didn't seem like a fight between two people. Instead, it seemed like two elephants had fiercely collided with each other at the highest speed. Moreover, the location was in one of the most dust-prone deserts. Dong Wushang had relied on the strength of a second-grade saber emperor and the weight of his black saber to meet Du Lu Feng's attack head-on. So, it seemed that the outcome of the fight had been evenly decided. In fact, Du Lu Feng had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, Dong Wushang's injuries were more serious in reality. He was a saber emperor who was far superior to an ordinary emperor-level expert. However, his strength was inferior in the face of the all-out attack of an 8th-grade emperor-level expert. Dong Wushang would have died on the spot if the black saber hadn't neutralized most of the enemy's power in fact, and posed a serious threat to the enemy. Attack immediately. His injuries haven't healed yet. Now, his injuries have worsened. He doesn't have much fighting strength left. Du Lu Feng gnashed his teeth and shouted. First update. I'm heaty. A circle of blisters has formed on my tongue. It hurts to smoke a cigarette. I'm posting this chapter. I'm going out to get some medicine. Then, I'm coming back to write. Today, I'm proud of the world. I'm asking everyone for clicks, recommendation votes, monthly votes, and evaluation votes. This second promotion is of great significance. I ask my brothers and sisters to lend me a helping hand. Let's show off our strength in all aspects. We'll show our proud strength in this promotion. Mobile monthly votes have also fallen very badly. My brothers and sisters who read on mobile phones, please put in some effort, okay? Thank you. I'm asking for monthly votes from now on. And I'm also asking for mobile readers, hehe. Chapter 629. Du Lu Feng felt even worse. Not only had the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life been destroyed, but even his internal organs had also been turned over. The merciless saber energy was wreaking havoc in his meridians. He simply couldn't free his hands to attack again. He just stood there stiffly and tried his best to dissolve the saber energy in his meridians. He didn't dare to move. Du Lu Feng's heart shivered. I hadn't thought that the might of a saber emperor would be this strong. I had thought that he would only be a second-grade saber emperor even if he had made a breakthrough. And I was an 8th-grade emperor-level expert. So, it wouldn't be a problem to crush him to death. But I hadn't expected that this move would be so sharp that both sides would suffer. He suddenly recalled a legend he had heard before. An emperor-level expert isn't frightening. What's frightening is a single emperor-level expert, saber emperor and sword emperor. The hegemony of a saber emperor and the sharpness of a sword emperor could kill enemies above their level as if they were cutting grass. Sure enough, the murderous intention in his heart became even more intense as he thought of this. How can I survive if I let Dong Wushang grow up? He has just made a breakthrough to second-grade saber emperor. Moreover, he is seriously injured. But he still possesses such power. What will happen if he recovers to his peak state? What if he becomes a 3rd-grade saber emperor? And what will happen? I must make Dong Wushang fall here today at all costs. Du Lu Feng secretly swore in his heart. Humans are so strange. He had come to intercept and kill Dong Wushang earlier for the sake of the Wei clan. Moreover, he couldn't bear to kill Dong Wushang. How rare is it for a youngster to be so successful? But when he discovered that Dong Wushang actually had the ability to kill him, he didn't have the slightest bit of that lofty demeanor of an expert. This appreciation of talent and his reluctance to do so had all turned into boundless killing intent. This murderous intention had nothing to do with the future of the Dong clan. It was because his own life had been threatened. Perhaps Du Lufeng was loyal to the Dong clan. But the dark side of a person's heart couldn't be matched by any kind of loyalty. Dong Wushang spouted blood from his nose and mouth again. His 5 viscera had been severely shaken during the sneak attack, and his injuries had worsened after he had clashed with Du Lufeng at this moment. However, Dong Wushang didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to kill these people. They are members of the Dong clan, but I just want to kill him because I've already broken your heart. I respected you in every way and left you some leeway. Why do you still want to kill me? I've always tolerated you, and I've worshipped you since I was a child. Why do you still want to kill me? Do you know that I once swore in my heart that if you were in danger, I would risk my life to help you? Do you know that if it was a matter of life and death and only one of us could survive, I would definitely choose you to live? And I will die myself. Big brother, do you know? Do you know how badly you've hurt me this time? If you want me to leave the family, you only need to say the word. As long as you say it, I will leave obediently. I won't fight with you. But why didn't you even say a single word before taking action? Dong Wushang Xian roared. His eyes had turned red. He had almost lost his mind. Facing the 50 experts who were rushing towards him, he let out a sorrowful laugh and charged forward with his saber in hand. Her long black hair fluttered in the air. Kill! Dong Wushang roared. He leaped up abruptly and slashed down with his saber. A king-level expert was cut into 2 halves by his saber, and blood splashed out. The black saber was brandished horizontally, and a king-level expert's sword shattered with a clang sound. Then, his hand shattered, his arm shattered, his shoulder shattered, and his head shattered. He was smashed into pieces by the black saber's back. Dong Wushang laughed wildly as he rushed into the crowd. He looked like a crazed tiger that had rushed into a flock of sheep. He only attacked without defending in the face of 50 people. His former comrades, who were now his enemies, fell down one by one in front of him. New wounds were constantly appearing on his body, and blood was unceasingly flowing out. However, it seemed as if he didn't feel anything. He was still shouting and fighting bravely. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The kindness and pureness in his eyes had turned into indifference and ruthlessness. He didn't even bother to deal with the injuries on his body. He was only venting the sorrow in his heart to his heart's content. The black saber was blocked with a loud clang sound. Sparks flew in all directions. Dong Wushang was panting for breath. He raised his blood-red eyes and looked at the scene. He saw that there were only a dozen or so people left in front of him, and all of them were looking at him in horror. The one who had blocked his saber was the emperor-level expert who had spoken to him earlier. He turned his head to look and saw that there were 50 corpses lying on the ground. They were badly mutilated, and there was a blood-stained road behind him. He was nearly 1,000 feet away from the cliff. The emperor-level experts on the opposite side were scared witless. They felt as if they were in a dream. Moreover, it was a nightmare. 50 experts had been suppressed by him alone and had been forced to retreat 1,000 feet. They had been retreating while people had been dying. But the other party hadn't relaxed at all. He had been charging and killing his way through. He had finally taken advantage of the opportunity when the other party had almost exhausted his strength to block the black saber. But he had also been shaken to the point that he had spat out a mouthful of blood. There were 10 people here, but only one of them is left. Moreover, all of them had been injured more or less. It was almost equivalent to a complete wipeout, and this was the fighting strength of the other party after he had been injured. Everyone was aghast as they thought of this. In particular, some low-ranked king-level experts and revered martial artists had a strange feeling in their hearts. I would have been invincible if I could have worked under such a brave and powerful clan lord, right? How awe-inspiring would that be? Dong Wushang felt that he didn't have much strength left in his body. His vision had also become somewhat fuzzy. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. He was very clear that he couldn't hold on any longer. But he wasn't resigned to this. I haven't killed everyone yet. He slowly withdrew his black saber. The tip of the saber was inserted into the ground. Then, he held the saber's hilt as if he was holding a walking stick. His eyes were as cold as ice as he swept his gaze over the people in front of him. Suddenly, he sneered mischievously. The faces of the people on the opposite side had turned as pale as paper. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to survive as long as Dong Wushang still had the strength to attack. They heard this sneer at this moment. Unexpectedly, they took a step back in unison. What a shame. The sneak attack from before was too light. The original plan was to have 10 elites deal with Dong Wushang and the remaining 40 people. But they had to monitor the Yu family. After all, this is no small matter. We have to be on guard from all sides. These people will lie in ambush here. The other 40 people will change into the Yu family's clothes. The 10 people from the Yu family and the Black Devil people will lie in ambush 100 miles away. The time and distance must be separated. After we finish the attack, we have to make sure that Dong Wushang doesn't have any ability to move. Then, we have to retreat immediately. The people lying in ambush will inform the Yu family. The Yu family will immediately inform the Black Devil. The Black Devil will come and get rid of Dong Wushang. In this way, the Black Devil won't know that there's a civil war in the Dong family. Moreover, the Black Devil will be the scapegoat. Even if the Dong family suspects us, we can just push it away. We didn't kill him. Moreover, the Black Devil will certainly spread the news that they killed Dong Wushang. Didn't you hear it? If everything goes smoothly, we won't have any responsibility. We will eliminate the 2 dukes and guarantee the position of the Grand Duke. Henceforth, the Dong family will outshine the others and develop rapidly. The Black Devil will never be so stupid as to betray their ally, the Yu family, because they will certainly want to use the Yu family for bigger things. But the Dong family won't give them that opportunity. Therefore, everyone is happy. We and the Yu family won't be suspected. Dong Wushang is dead. Everyone will do their best to kill the enemy, even if they have to face the Black Devil in the future. There's nothing to say about that. But they had never expected that things would go completely beyond their expectations. They had gone from being confident in their victory to a bitter fight. Moreover, both sides have suffered losses. Dong Wushang is so dreadful. Everyone's intestines turned green with regret at this moment. We would have killed Dong Wushang if we had known this would happen. Then, we would have left Dong Wushang's corpse to the Black Devil. But it's too late to say anything now. The 10 people looked at each other from afar. Everyone was seizing the time to regulate their breathing and recover their strength. The scene had suddenly quieted down from the fierce fight. Du Lufeng was standing alone on the other side of the forest. He hadn't moved at all. He was still standing there in silence. However, the bulging muscles on the surface of his body had completely recovered. It was obvious that he would soon recover. Dong Wushang held the hilt of his saber and panted heavily. He stimulated his vitality with all his strength. Finally, he firmly looked at the people in front of him from his scattered hair. His eyes looked like 2 bolts of lightning brimming with murderous intent. He took a heavy step forward and pulled out his black saber from the ground with a clang sound. Then, he slowly raised it. He pursed his lips and revealed a cruel arc. The people on the opposite side took a step back. In fact, their legs were somewhat trembling and weak. The domineering aura that Dong Wushang displayed with this step made them feel as if they were facing the Grim Reaper, and they couldn't resist at all. Du Lufeng let out a long shout at this time. He had finally cleansed his body of the saber energy. Then, he jumped up. Dong Wushang, Second Master, you can go in peace. His body flashed, and he suddenly jumped up in midair. Then, he pounced towards Dong Wushang like a thunderbolt. Dong Wushang had already raised his saber by this time. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Suddenly, a meteor came from behind him with a schwa sound. Its speed was so fast that it issued a sharp sonic boom in the air. The friction in the air produced a faint white light as this meteor flew past, and it dispersed with the wind. It was a sharp arrow. Dong Wushang felt a sense of crisis approaching him, but he didn't have enough time to dodge since he was exhausted. He only had enough time to twist his body. The sharp arrow pierced through Dong Wushang's back with a puff sound and flew out from his right side. It was only half a foot long and was as thin as a mosquito's. It pierced through Dong Wushang's chest and flew forward at a high speed. Then, it pierced deeply into the front of a king-level expert. Dong Wushang's body shook. He lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, he suddenly exhaled a long breath. The black saber slowly fell. The tip of the saber pointed downwards and pierced into the ground. He held the saber hilt with both hands, and the corners of his mouth curled into an apologetic smile. Chapter 630. Du Lu Feng hastily rushed over. His eyes were filled with pleasure and cruelty. However, something happened as soon as he jumped up. A black shadow suddenly flashed out of the woods like a demon. It arrived behind Du Lu Feng in 3 big strides like a meteor. Then, 2 iron hands heavily patted his back while Du Lu Feng was feeling the most elated. This heavy blow was carried out in midair. However, it still produced a thunderous sound. It was a loud sound. It shook the air and caused the air to tremble and fluctuate. Du Lu Feng shouted loudly. Then, he used all his strength to grab the enemy behind him. The enemy didn't have enough time to attack him, and he didn't have enough time to be sent flying. Du Lu Feng bit the enemy's arms from behind his back and counterattacked with all his strength. It seemed as if the bodies of the 2 people were tied together. The ferocious attacking power finally displayed its effect at this time. Du Lu Feng faced upwards and roared. However, he spouted out a rain of blood. The bodies of the 2 people were sent flying like meteors. Oh, wrong. Du Lu Feng had been sent flying. However, the person who had attacked him had also been sent flying along with him. That person screamed in fear. He exerted his strength with both of his hands and tried to break free. However, Du Lu Feng had already angrily shouted, "Black Devil!" Then, a great plan descended on his body like a storm. The person who had been sent flying was a black-clothed and masked man. This black-clothed and masked man was a heavenly assassin of the Black Devil clan. His true cultivation wasn't as good as Du Lu Feng's 8th grade emperor level. However, the difference wasn't far. In particular, his concealment technique and assassination skills were outstanding. He had hidden in the woods and had launched an attack, and he had succeeded in one fell swoop. However, it was a pity that he had also lost his life. The 2 people were tightly entangled in midair. It seemed as if a pair of hoodlums were fighting. They were crazily hitting each other without any order. The domains of the 2 people rose at the same time. However, they canceled each other out at the same time. They turned into nothingness. Every fist hit the flesh, and every foot hit the ground. Fists, feet, teeth, elbows, knees, shoulders, waist, and buttocks were all attacking weapons. In fact, even the head was a weapon. That Black Devil expert had spared no effort to struggle free. However, Du Lu Feng had wanted to drag him down with him even if he had died. I've received that blow. So, I won't have any fighting power even if I'm still alive. So, it would be better for me to burst out completely. Some people might ask why the Black Devil didn't attack Du Lu Feng when he was adjusting his saber energy. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Du Lu Feng had obviously been regulating his breathing at that time. The saber energy had also damaged his meridians. However, Du Lu Feng would have fought back if the enemy had attacked him with a fatal blow. He would have risked serious injury to his meridians to kill the enemy. Besides, when he was healing, he was at his most vigilant. Black Demon did not have the confidence to sneak over silently. Now that he had just stood up, his vigilance was even lower. He was even more confident that victory was within his grasp. Now that he had completed his task, he would deliver a fatal blow. That was when he truly did not have the slightest bit of defense. Their bodies tangled together as they tumbled down. By the time they landed on the ground, both of them were no longer in shape. Both of their mouths were crazily spurting out mouthfuls of blood. The dignified emperor-level experts. One of them was an 8th grade, and the other was a 7th grade. But blood had splashed out from every part of their bodies when they had fallen to the ground. And The sounds of Kacha and Kacha were unceasingly resounding. It was unknown how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Both of them let out a final roar. They tilted their heads and opened their blood-red mouths. Their white teeth bit into each other's throats at almost the same time. Both of them didn't dodge. That was because both of them knew that they had no hope of surviving. So, they had to drag their opponent down with them before they died. Puff, puff. Blood gushed out from both of their throats at the same time. And they died at the same time. They had died an unnatural death. Dong Wushang allowed the blood to splash out from his chest and back. He remained motionless, and his face was full of ridicule. There was also a card on his chest. This card was the symbol of Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dong Wushang clearly knew that there was a medicinal pill in this card. Big Brother had once said that he could recover in an instant if he took this pill. As long as his heart wasn't pierced, and as long as his head wasn't blown up on the spot and wasn't chopped off. Dong Wushang knew that he had always known about this. But he had never thought of taking this pill. His heart was already dead, like dead ashes. His elder brother had wanted to deal with him, and the experts under his command had come out in full force. This was already an extremely heavy blow to him, and it had smashed all the beautiful wishes in his heart to pieces. Father, you're the clan lord. How could you not know about such a big movement? Dong Wushang asked in a low voice. Tears almost flowed out again, but he forcibly held them back. Even you don't want me anymore? Dong Wushang was very clear about the strict rules of the Dong clan and the strict management of its personnel. Such a large group of people, no matter why they had come out, would inevitably be recorded in the clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave the Dong clan's gate. Therefore, Dong Wushang was even more heartbroken and desperate. I can survive if this is the case. What can I do? What can I do? The education I've received since childhood is for the clan. Everything is for the clan. My many years of hard work is for the clan. Even some of the reasons I've followed Big Brother are for the clan. Big Brother said that he wants to lead our clan to the top of the heavens. I want to lead the Dong clan to the top of the upper three heavens. Unfortunately, you didn't give me the chance. Who will I fight for after today? Who will I risk my life for? Who will I work hard for? Even my father is indifferent to my life and death. Even my elder brother wants to kill me. Then, what's the point of me living? Dong Wushang smiled bitterly. He smiled in despair. He smiled with a dead heart. I can take out the pill at any time, and I can recover in a moment. Even if the Hayamo clan has 10 times more people, they still won't be able to stop Dong Wushang, who has fully recovered his strength. But Dong Wushang refused to accept this. It's only death. Ha ha ha. How lively. I never imagined that this duke would actually come here this time to watch a good show of a fierce battle. A gloomy voice sounded out from afar, and the voice carried unrestrainable excitement and complacency. Moreover, this good show is an internal strife. This makes me even more excited. A black figure came from afar along with this voice. He was walking slowly and confidently. He was immensely complacent and calm. This person was dressed in black. He wore a long black robe. His face was covered with a black cloth. He walked on the road as if his feet didn't touch the ground. There were more than 40 black-clothed people behind him. There seemed to be bloodstains on their bodies. Some of them were even injured. However, they were looking at the 10 people who were still standing in front of them with a victorious look in their eyes. They had the right to be proud. The enemies in front of them didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. They were practically waiting to be killed. There was no threat to speak of. The enemy's strongest 8th-grade Emperor-level expert had turned into a pile of rotten meat on the ground at this moment. Our side has also paid the price of a 7th-grade Emperor-level expert's life. But it was worth it. The remaining people of the Dong clan were dumbstruck. Their faces were full of despair. That Emperor-level expert shuddered. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Black Devil!" That black-clothed man issued a sinister laugh. His laughter was sinister, but it was obvious that he was happy. He slowly took a step forward and said in an elegant manner, "That's right. I hadn't expected that the illustrious and powerful Dong clan would have heard of the name of my Black Devil clan. Yes, I am the next Black Devil of the Black Devil clan. You can call me Lord Devil. Lord Devil? That Emperor-level expert of the Dong clan muttered. Then, his body suddenly shook, and he shouted, "Where are our people? Where are the people of the Yu clan? You, Black Devil, how did you get here? Where are our people?" The young Black Devil was surprised as he said, "Your people? Ahaha, you still have people there? Your people are missing. You should go and look for your people. Why are you asking me? How would I know?" That Emperor-level expert snorted and said resentfully, "Then, where are the people of the Yu clan?" The people of the Yu clan? The people of the Yu clan don't have the surname Dong. So, you can't ask them. The young Black Devil laughed out loud, however. "I see that you are very pitiful. So, I will make an exception and answer your question." He shook his head and said, "You mean the 100 people of the Yu clan? Humph, they dared to betray the people of the Dong clan. I can't stand such ingrates. So, I will do your Dong clan a big favor and kill them all. I will chop off their heads." He chuckled and said, "It just so happens that the Black Devil clan took a job. Many of them were on the list. So, I brought back their heads after I killed them. Do you want to see?" That Emperor-level expert's body swayed. His face became even paler. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Black Devil, you." He pointed at the Black Devil, but couldn't say anything. He could only spit out mouthful after mouthful of blood. "It's over. It's all over. Only 10 people of the Yu clan have come, but the Black Devil has killed more than 100 people. It's obvious that the extra 40 people were the people of the Dong clan. Our only hope is gone." Black Devil? Dong Wushang seemed to have reacted. His body was somewhat sluggish. He turned around and looked at the Black Devil young master. His eyes lit up. "It's you?" The Black Devil young master sighed. "Brother Dong." Dong Wushang turned around and blocked the saber. Then, he coldly said in a low and deep voice, "You came to kill me, right?" "Yes." The Black Devil young master looked up and sighed. "I didn't expect that I would encounter such a situation. But, Brother Dong, I'm also grateful for this situation. After watching your fight, I realized that I'm not as good as you." He laughed. Although his laughter this time was sinister, it was filled with disappointment and respect. "If I were to face you directly, I'm afraid that you would definitely be able to break out of the encirclement unscathed. On the other hand, my side would suffer heavy casualties." Dong Wushang's body swayed. He didn't say anything. "I'm sorry, Brother Dong. I'm sorry that I can't have a fair fight with you. Even though I want to," the Black Devil young master solemnly said, "but I must kill you today. In order to show my respect for you, I'll kill this person first. Then, I'll kill you. It can be considered as taking revenge for you. So, you can rest in peace in the underworld." Dong Wushang sneered and said in a mocking tone, "The Black Devil clan has an internal strife? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Revenge? Humph. Do I need you to take revenge for me?" Third update. I'm afraid the fourth update won't be enough. Let's make it up to you tomorrow, brothers and sisters. I need your guaranteed monthly votes for May. The 1st to the 7th month of the 5th month will still require double monthly votes. This is a rare opportunity. I hope that everyone will accompany me and try again. Chapter 631. Dong Wushang sneered and sneered. "The Black Devil clan is taking advantage of internal strife? Ha ha ha. How laughable. Revenge? Humph. Do I need you to take revenge for me?" The Black Devil young master was startled. He carefully looked at Dong Wushang's chest and the injuries all over his body. He was sure that Dong Wushang was like a lamp that had run out of oil. So, he asked in bewilderment, "Brother Dong, you're already like this. Don't tell me you still want to take revenge with your own hands?" Dong Wushang coughed and laughed. He stopped his body while laughing and raised his head. His blade-like eyes looked disdainfully at the Black Devil young master. Then, he didn't care that his body was bleeding unceasingly. He didn't care that his life force was draining away. He operated his primary power with all his strength. His body gradually emitted the unique aura of a saber emperor as he operated his cultivation technique. He didn't move. But the aura he suddenly emitted still shocked the Black Devil young master. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But the glorious aura he emitted at this moment was no different from his peak. He was still looking disdainfully at the world. He was still dominating the Jianghu. His body couldn't stop shaking. But he was still an unshakable lofty mountain in the eyes of the Black Devil assassins. This was a natural heroic spirit. It was a mighty and domineering aura in his bones. It couldn't change even if he died. Even these cold-blooded assassins couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration in their eyes when they faced such a heroic figure. Dong Wushang looked at the Black Devil young master with a smile that wasn't a smile. He naturally had a sense of disdain in his eyes. Then, he said somewhat regretfully and mockingly, "So, you're not a hero." "I'm not a hero?" The Black Devil young master was startled. He muttered and repeated this sentence. Then, he said in puzzlement, "Brother Dong, please enlighten me. I died today because I wanted to die. So, I died. So, I don't need anyone to take revenge for me." Dong Wushang laughed and proudly said, "No one in the world can make me die if I, Dong Wushang, don't want to die. Do you understand?" The Black Devil young master frowned. He pondered for a while and said, "I understand this sentence. I also understand why you didn't run away. I also understand why you wanted to die. It's because your heart is dead." "That's right." Dong Wushang laughed at himself and said, "Moreover, I don't want anyone to take revenge for me. But I do. But someone will take revenge for me. Only they have the right to avenge me, and you don't deserve it." The Black Demon young master narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy voice, "I'm not worthy?" "That's right, you're not worthy. You don't deserve to avenge me." Dong Wushang laughed disdainfully. "You're just an assassin who hides in the dark and doesn't dare to see the light of day. I, Dong Wushang, have always been open and above board. I've run amok in the world. Do you think that you're worthy to avenge me?" The Black Demon young master glared at him. The ominous glint in his eyes became more and more intense. It seemed as if he was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. The look in Dong Wushang's eyes did not change. He was still arrogant and cynical. They looked at each other for a long time. Then, the Black Devil young master gasped for breath. Finally, he lowered his head in disappointment. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, I'm not worthy." He said somewhat enviously, "Perhaps only King of Hell Chu and Gu Du Xing are worthy of taking revenge for you. I really don't deserve it. You're right, because I'm just an assassin in the dark." The Black Devil young master chuckled and said indifferently, "However, I have no choice in this matter. Dong Wushang, if you were in my place, you wouldn't be so heroic and tyrannical." He seemed to have found an excuse for himself as he said this. His voice became calm again. "Heroes don't ask where they come from." Dong Wushang sneered and said, "You're looking for an excuse to absolve yourself. That's not what a hero should do. Are Chu Yang and Gu Du Xing heroes?" The Black Devil young master seemed somewhat unconvinced. Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard him mention Chu Yang and Gu Du Xing's names. Then, they immediately darkened. "Yes, they are my brothers. My best brothers. Therefore, they deserve to avenge me," Dong Wushang said proudly. "Hee, then I don't understand. Since you still have good brothers in this world, why don't you want to live anymore?" The Black Devil young master asked in a somewhat critical manner, "Don't tell me that you're not afraid that your brothers will be sad for you? I also want to meet with them. But I can't." Dong Wushang's words were clearly not an answer to the Black Devil young master. Instead, he was explaining something to his brothers. Or, he was explaining it to himself, or to the world. His voice was somewhat ethereal and somewhat sad, "Because my heart is dead. Even if I live, this will be my inner demon. I can't get rid of it for life. Therefore, I can't keep up with their footsteps. I know what I care about the most. Therefore, I can't control myself from thinking about these things. Therefore, my heart is dead. I can only endlessly burden them if I live." Dong Wushang smiled faintly. He looked at the Black Devil young master with pity, Do you know that my brothers are all heaven-defying talents? How can I burden them? How can a person who burdens his brothers be qualified to live? Although my brothers don't care, I, Dong Wushang, care. Therefore, Black Devil, I sympathize with you the most, because you don't even have a real brother. If you had one, you wouldn't have asked me this question. Dong Wushang looked at him mockingly. The gloomy aura around the Black Devil young master's body became even denser. Dong Wushang's mockery seemed to have hit his weak spot. However, he panted heavily. He didn't say anything. Instead, he pondered. My brothers will be sad if I die, but if they avenge me, it will arouse their fighting spirit and make them even more united. They will cherish their brothers even more and work even harder. They will also achieve greater things. Dong Wushang said indifferently, So, what harm is there in the death of a person whose heart has died? I don't have brothers. I can't feel it, but I'm envious. The Black Devil young master's voice was somewhat gloomy and feminine as he said, But I'm an assassin who can't see the light of day. Don't you think it's too ridiculous for me to have brothers? Dong Wushang looked at him strangely. Whether you have brothers or not, does it have anything to do with whether you're an assassin or not? Does it have anything to do with it? Does it have anything to do with it? The Black Devil young master slowly muttered. After a long time, he raised his head. Even if it doesn't matter, even if I don't have brothers, what does it have to do with whether I'm a hero or not? But why do you say that I'm not a hero? He was somewhat agitated as he said, Even assassins can't see the light of day. But there are also heroes. It just depends on whether the meaning of being a hero is the same as yours. And this is Jianghu. What is Jianghu? Slaughter. Blood. Why do you say that I'm not a hero? Don't tell me that I'm not a hero when I take advantage of your perilous state to kill you. Don't tell me that I should wait for you to recover before I die at your hands. Then, I'm a hero? His question was very urgent, very quick and very sharp. You don't understand what a hero is. Dong Wushang chuckled. Then, he looked up and sighed. Fine. You're the last person I talk to in this world. So, I'll say a few more words to you. Otherwise, I'll be too lonely on the road to hell. You said that you want to take revenge for me first. Hee. Dong Wushang sneered and said, You killed them. So, what does it have to do with me? That's it. Secondly, they are my Dong clan's people. Even if I, Dong Wushang, am ostracized by my clan and killed by them, this is my Dong clan's matter. What does it have to do with you? Thirdly, no one can say anything if I kill them. But how can an outsider kill my Dong clan's people? Dong Wushang sneered. You want to kill them? So, I'll kill you. I haven't been expelled from the clan. I'm still a member of the Dong clan. So, I'm still their second master even if they want to kill me. You want to kill them? Have you asked for my permission? Dong Wushang continued to sneer. I can chop them into pieces. I would have perished together with them if you hadn't come today. If I kill all of you today, I'll kill all of them later. But they can't die in your hands before I die. Who do you think you are? Dong Wushang laughed out loud. You dare to kill my Dong clan's people? The Black Devil young master was wearing a veil over his face. But one could clearly see that he was dumbfounded. That was because his eyes had almost popped out of their sockets. There was also a clear dent in the mouth of his veil. He had never expected that Dong Wushang's reason would be this. But what kind of reason is this? Dong Wushang had wanted to kill me a moment ago, and I had also wanted to kill him as if I was cutting a watermelon. But he didn't allow me to kill him now. There's such a principle in the world. He would have sighed if he knew what Dong Wulei had said to Dong Wushang. These two brothers are worthy of being called brothers. Their protective nature is as good as that. Moreover, Dong Wushang is even better than his elder brother. It's unimaginable that he would be so protective of his younger brother to this extent. A man like you is very strange. The Black Devil young master smiled sinisterly. Then, he sighed in a low voice and said, It would be a very lucky thing if someone could be the brother of a man like you. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and stopped his body from swaying. His eyes flashed with brilliance as he proudly said, That's because you haven't come into contact with my brothers. You would have known that being their brother is the luckiest thing in life if you knew what we've gone through. The Black Devil young master remained silent. I'm very lucky to be your brother. And I'm also very lucky to be your subordinate. Then, the Black Devil young master finally opened his mouth and said, I'm very moved. He raised his head, and his eyes flickered a little. But it's a pity that you must die today. I don't want to kill you, but I must kill you. An expert behind Dong Wushang suddenly said in a trembling voice, Second Master, shut up. Dong Wushang coldly shouted, You must die no matter what. Even if we die, we can't die in vain. This expert suddenly stuck out his chest. They had thought that they would die without a doubt behind Dong Wushang. But they had felt a surge of warmth in their bodies after Dong Wushang had spoken those words. Even if we die, we still have someone to protect us. He wants to kill us too, but he's still a member of the Dong clan. The Black Devil young master's eyes were filled with conflicting emotions. He looked at Dong Wushang's eyes. He was clearly hesitant, but he finally waved his hand and shouted, Attack! Kill! To be continued. Chapter 632. After saying this, he closed his eyes and turned around. It was as if he couldn't bear to see Dong Wushang being dismembered. Dong Wushang sneered. He slowly raised his saber from the ground. The blade was cold. This battle would be the last battle of his life. He slowly said, Black Devil, are you not going to take my life personally? Young Black Devil's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He said eerily, I don't dare. This sentence was eerie, but it was very real. It was definitely not sarcastic. He didn't dare. He really didn't dare. Because the current Dong Wushang could still explode with a final attack at any time. And it was also his only attack. Even if Dong Wushang died immediately after this final attack, the Black Devil couldn't avoid being injured. It just depended on the severity of the injury. Dong Wushang laughed. He slowly raised his saber in front of his chest. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Black Devil, although we are about to be separated by life and death, this sentence of yours is the greatest respect for me, Dong Wushang. You don't dare. You don't dare. Ha 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 ha. Who dares? Dong Wushang roared. He glared and took a step forward. His eyes shot out a divine light. He looked at the experts of the Black Devil in front of him. Young Black Devil's face was red behind the veil. There were more than 10 high-level assassins of the Black Devil in front of Dong Wushang. They were intimidated by his aura. All of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if their hearts had suddenly stopped beating. They unexpectedly took a step back in unison. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a look of fear. Dong Wushang was on the verge of death. His power suppressed more than 10 top assassins, and none of them dared to take a step forward. Who dares? Dong Wushang roared again. He took another step forward. His blood-stained black hair suddenly flew up and fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god. The Black Devil subordinates took another step back. They wanted to stand up and face the attack. These people were all murderers. Who had they feared in their lives? But at this moment, they couldn't take a step forward. Their hearts wanted to go forward, but their feet couldn't help but retreat. Some people wanted to roar to boost their morale, but they found that they couldn't. Dong Wushang's earth-shattering aura made them completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance at this moment. Who dares? Who dares to fight with me, Dong Wushang? Dong Wushang let out a long howl. Then, he took another step forward with a loud boom. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, how delightful. The Black Devil young master looked at Dong Wushang's godlike appearance. Suddenly, his mind shook, and his eyes became somewhat intoxicated in an instant. This was a true hero, a peerless hero. At this moment, Dong Wushang gave Black Devil young master a feeling. Even if the sky were to collapse at this moment, Dong Wushang would still be able to split it into two with a single slash. A real man like Dong Wushang would not have lived his life in vain if he could have this kind of spirit. It was a pity that such a hero was going to fall in his own hands, dying at such a young age. It was a pity. What a Dong Wushang. Good spirit. The Black Devil young master circulated his martial power with all his might and praised with a thunderous voice. This sentence cut Dong Wushang's imposing aura in half. After all, Dong Wushang was already an arrow at the end of its flight. More than a dozen Black Devil experts seemed to have been awakened from a dream at the same time. Each of them had an extremely ashamed and angry look on their faces. They all shouted at the same time, "Go!" The Black Devil young master looked up to the sky and sighed. More than a dozen experts rushed forward at the same time. Dong Wushang burst out laughing. "Come on!" He raised his saber and rushed out with big strides. His body was seriously injured, and he couldn't jump, but he still took big strides forward with an upright posture. In fact, it seemed as if he was crossing a mountain with one step and crossing a sea with one step. One step and one cycle. One step and one life and death. Both sides were about to engage in close combat. An intense ruthlessness flashed in Dong Wushang's eyes. The saber light flashed, and the 280-kilogram black saber was raised high. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses' hooves suddenly resounded from a distance like rolling thunder. The sound of galloping horses' hooves was as rapid as a gale and as dense as a shower. Just by listening to this, one could imagine how anxious the person on the horse was at this moment. Everyone who was about to engage in battle was shocked in their hearts. A man and a horse were rushing over from a distance like a whirlwind. The man hadn't arrived yet, but he had already anxiously roared, "Wushang!" This roar came from a distance like a thunderclap and echoed from all directions. Anxiety, heartache, fear, worry, pampering. All kinds of emotions seemed to be contained in this roar. This roar was simply the fusion of the 7 desires of life. Dong Wushang suddenly raised his head and looked at the man and his horse in disbelief. His eyes suddenly emitted a luster, and his lifeless eyes finally regained some vitality. Marulong arrived in front of them very quickly. A figure jumped down from the horse's back as if he was flying. He glanced at the 50 men of Hamo in an indifferent manner. It seemed as if he didn't care about them at all, as if no one else was present. Dong Wulei. Several assassins of Black Devil coldly snorted and were about to attack. The young man's eyes emitted a dazzling light, but he waved his hand and snorted. Several assassins of Black Devil kept quiet out of fear and shrank back. Dong Wushang looked at his elder brother walking towards him. He suddenly became very excited. It seemed as if he was looking forward to something. Is this for real? Dong Wulei didn't have any misgivings. He passed through the crowd with no regard for anyone else. He strode over and stood in front of Dong Wushang. Then, his sharp gaze swept over Dong Wushang's body from top to bottom. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his pupils shrank. A look of worry and heartache flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and changed it into a calm and controlled voice. "Who did this? Who hurt my brother?" Dong Wushang's body suddenly trembled with these words. His nose turned sour, and his ice-cold heart recovered in an instant. His tightly shut mouth couldn't help but flatten in a split second. He remembered when he was young. He would cause trouble outside, fight with others, and suffer losses. But his elder brother would always arrive in time, and then look at the injuries on his body and ask with heartache, "Who did it? Who hit my brother?" He hadn't heard these words since he was 10 years old, but he finally heard them today. Dong Wushang suddenly realized that he had become weak. Dong Wushang didn't know when this word weak had faded from his life, but he suddenly wanted to cry out loud at this moment. This was inconceivable for a man like Dong Wushang who was made of iron. But this was the fact. His nose turned sour, and his tears started to flow uncontrollably. The remaining experts of the Dong clan behind Dong Wushang trembled. Some were happy, some were worried, and some were puzzled. How did eldest young master come here at this time? There are enemies everywhere. Dong clan doesn't have any fighting power. So, he came here alone. What should we do? Moreover, it's strange. Could it be that eldest young master didn't know about the ambush of the second duke? Moreover, he opposed it? But, young mistress, I'm confused. I'm really confused. Black Devil, I want to bandage my brother's wounds. You can kill him later if you want to. Dong Wu Lei looked at Dong Wu Shang with his back facing the Black Devil. He insipidly said without turning his head, I'm the only one from the Dong clan this time. You can rest assured. You can wait until I'm done with my business. Is that okay? Young Black Devil swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. He didn't know why, but his eyes had become moist. But he took a deep breath and said in a gloomy manner, You're about to die. Why are you bandaging your wounds? Won't you become a corpse in a while, even if you bandage your wounds like a rice dumpling? Dong Wu Lei tore a strip of cloth from his underwear and started to bandage Dong Wu Shang's wounds as if no one else was present. He insipidly said, I'm going to die in a while. But that's another matter. But I must bandage his wounds before I die. This bastard doesn't know how to take care of himself. He doesn't know how to stop the bleeding. Even if I go to the underworld with him to meet the ancestors, I'm his elder brother. What if the ancestors ask me, why is my brother in such a miserable state? Wouldn't I lose face as his elder brother? I must bandage my brother's wounds even if I die in an instant. Dong Wu Lei insipidly said, How I treat my brother is my responsibility. I can't throw away this responsibility in life and death. Although, I'm very jealous of him. And I also want him to disappear. Dong Wushang wanted to say something, but he felt that his throat was choked with emotions. He couldn't say a word. Young Black Devil calmly looked at them for a while. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, All right, I'll give you brothers a quarter of an hour in that case. Dong Wu Lei paused for a moment. Then, he said in a low and deep voice, Black Devil, you're worthy of being a hero among assassins. Young Black Devil didn't know why, but he felt somewhat comforted in his heart when he heard these words. He forced a smile and said in his heart, Your younger brother just scolded me for not being a hero. He scolded me until I was bleeding. But you're doing the opposite now. You're saying that I'm a hero. You didn't fully admit it. You only said that I'm a hero among assassins. But you're much more polite than your younger brother. He couldn't help but ask as he thought of this, Dong Wu Lei, are you a hero? Dong Wu Lei didn't turn his head as he replied, I'm not. Heroes die quickly. Just like this stupid pig Dong Wu Shang. I'm not a hero. I can barely be regarded as a very incompetent and far-fetched ambitious and ruthless person. Dong Wu Lei was indeed not a hero. He was even jealous of his own younger brother. He had pushed him aside. He had fought for power and profit in his clan. He had used all his schemes. How could he be regarded as a hero with such behavior? But he wasn't an ambitious and ruthless person. An ambitious and ruthless person would never be as impulsive as he was now. He would have made a prompt decision to retreat if he had been an ambitious and ruthless person when he had seen the people of Black Devil Clan surrounding the dying Dong Wushang. He would have prioritized his own life no matter how much pain and unwillingness he had felt at that time. However, Dong Wu Lei had rushed over without any consideration. That was because he had seen his younger brother's entire body covered in blood. It seemed as if he would die in the next moment. And he had suddenly forgotten everything. He had forgotten power. He had forgotten benefits. He had forgotten status. Chapter 633. The World Defying Heavens. By Wind Conquers the World. If you like this work, please vote for it or collect it. Don't know how to vote or collect it? Please read the post. D4467. Let's dance in the clouds and defy the heavens together. Let's read this magnificent chapter together. There was only one thought in Dong Wu Lei's mind at that moment. This is my younger brother. I won't let him die even if I die. I'll die with him even if he has to die. My younger brother is young. He'll be alone on the road to hell. He'll be afraid. Therefore, he impulsively rushed towards his younger brother. He had always been jealous and suspicious of him. I don't have to shed tears, but I must make sure that he doesn't get injured. Young Black Devil became silent when he heard Dong Wu Lei's words. If someone understood him, they would have discovered that young Black Devil, the future king of the world of assassins, was silently laughing. Dong Wu Lei had already started to bandage Dong Wu Shang's wounds in a deft manner. He tore off a piece of underwear from Dong Wushang's body and started to bandage his younger brother's wounds one by one. This well-dressed great duke of the Dong clan had rushed over in a short period of time, but his body was already in tatters. The people of the Black Devil clan silently looked at the two brothers. One of them had tears in his eyes. He was standing motionless, and the other was constantly busy. He was meticulously bandaging Dong Wushang's wounds. His strength was gentle and careful. However, no one dared to move before young Black Devil gave the order. Besides, the Dong brothers were like turtles in a jar. They couldn't run away. So, they weren't in a hurry. Dong Wu Lei's heart had already sunk while he was bandaging his younger brother's wound. A kind of despair had welled up in his heart. He wanted to cry. Dong Wushang's body had over 100 big and small injuries. The most serious one was a bloody hole in his chest. It ran from the front to the back. His waist had been punched, but it had swollen all around. But his waist had caved in. This was a serious internal injury. Dong Wu Lei's hands were trembling. He still had a slim hope. My younger brother is a martial arts genius. He's a saber emperor. I would have bandaged his wounds, and I would have gone all out with my subordinates to cover Dong Wushang's escape. However, he was in despair now. Dong Wushang's injuries. He hadn't died on the spot. It was already very good. He could die at any time if he used too much strength. There was no way to save him. He was dead for sure. Dong Wu Lei's breathing became coarse and heavy. He was exerting more and more force. His voice sounded like the roar of an ox. He was trying his best to control his bitterness and heartache, but he couldn't. He only felt that his chest was sore and painful. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. Dong Wushang stood there contentedly. Right now, his heart was filled with happiness. My brother is still my brother. I'm content. Dong Wu Lei bandaged most of Dong Wushang's serious wounds. Then, he turned his head to look at the remaining members of the Dong clan while tying knots on his brother's wounds. Everyone wanted to avoid his gaze. But Dong Wu Lei's sharp gaze had already shot over. Is it you injured Wushang? His voice was heavy and oppressive. It was still dull and indifferent. However, he had clenched his teeth as he spoke. Anyone would be able to hear the resentment contained in these words. Yes. Everyone agreed at the same time. Then, they lowered their heads. They realized at the same time, we are done for. Eldest young master doesn't know about this matter arranged by eldest young mistress. Everyone wasn't afraid of death, but they were afraid that they would be branded as traitors before they died. Then, their wives and children in the clan would be finished. The muscles on Dong Wu Lei's face twitched. He exposed a somewhat hysterical and sinister expression. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of air and insipidly said, "What about the others?" Dead. All dead. Even the second senior elder is dead. Everyone felt sorrowful in their hearts. Had I known earlier that eldest young master didn't mean to do this, why did I bother to do this? Wouldn't these people have died in vain? It's good that they died. It's good that they died. It saves me the trouble. Dong Wu Lei nodded. He took a deep breath. Were they killed by the second senior elder? Or the Black Devil? Yes, it was the second senior elder. Everyone didn't dare to conceal anything. They nodded one after another. It's good that they died? It saves me the trouble? Is this the Grand Duke's evaluation of those people? Everyone felt dizzy. It's good that they were killed. Dong Wu Lei nodded again. He clenched his teeth and said, "They deserve to die. They deserve to die. It's good that they were killed again. Why didn't you people die?" Dong Wu Lei's eyes suddenly became cruel and vicious like a vulture's. He coldly said, "You obstructed the second senior elder as subordinates. You were disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unrighteous. So, why are you still alive?" Everyone's face exposed a look of despair and grief. "I've already punished that B*THU, and you people are my accomplices," Dong Wu Lei coldly said. "When has the Dong clan's order ever been issued? From the mouths of ignorant women and children? You're so gullible that you've caused my brother and I to die here today. The Dong clan doesn't have a successor. Its destruction is right in front of your eyes. You've committed such a heinous crime. But you're still standing in front of me with a clear conscience? Everyone's complexion turned ashen. They were on the verge of collapse. Don't say that you're loyal to me or to the Dong clan. You didn't deserve to be a member of my Dong clan from the moment you attacked the second senior elder. Dong Wu Lei's voice was soft, but his voice and countenance were stern. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. But he lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. Big brother. Dong Wushang was so excited that he couldn't speak. Dong Wulei heaved a long sigh. He then said in a low and deep voice, Wushang, would you believe me if I said that I didn't know about this matter? I believe you. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. But he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Dong Wulei has personally risked his life in this hopeless situation. So, what's there to be worried about? What's there to not believe? Good brother. Dong Wulei laughed heartily. His face and eyes were biased towards a malicious temperament. So, it was somewhat strange for him to issue such a hearty laugh. I'm indeed afraid of you. I can't wait for you to disappear. Dong Wulei's gaze was still somewhat complicated as he looked at his younger brother. But I'll look for you myself if I can't bear it. And I'll make you leave. I'll kill you if you don't leave. I've worked hard for more than 20 years to become the clan lord of the Dong clan. I won't give up. Do you understand? I understand. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. My heart feels a lot more comfortable now that I've said these things. Dong Wulei smiled. I wouldn't have said it if it weren't for the fact that it was completely hopeless. He looked at his younger brother with concern as he said this. Then, he asked, can you still hold on? Yes. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. His complexion was weak, but his spirit was already roused. Good. You and I haven't fought together for many years. Dong Wulei faintly smiled. I didn't expect that we'd be fighting side by side in the final battle this time. In fact, it's a battle to the death. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat grateful to your sister-in-law. That's because she left a root for the Dong clan. He smiled and softly said, I had planned to divorce her as long as I returned this time, but now, I'm somewhat reluctant to part with her. Haha. Dong Wushang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he said in a low voice, Big brother, sister-in-law is doing this for your own good? For my own good. Dong Wulei smiled coldly, but her reasons can't represent my feelings. Even the most heinous people have a reason for everything they do. Therefore, I never listen to reasons or explanations. I only look at the results. The results make me unhappy. So, they deserve to die even if they have a big reason. Dong Wulei sighed. He looked at Dong Wushang with heartache and regret. Brother, Wushang, it's a pity that we're going to die today. It's a pity that your youth and unrivaled talent are going to be wasted. It's your big brother's fault. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a fervent luster. He put his hand into his bosom and said, Big brother, we may not necessarily die. Dong Wushang felt an intense desire erupt in his heart at this moment. I don't want to die. His hand tightly grasped the jade token in front of his chest. It was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's jade token. Dong Wulei felt his eyes become hot. He looked at his younger brother's young and happy face, and couldn't help but feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He knew why Dong Wushang was so happy even though he had suffered such serious injuries. It was because he had been longing for himself. He had been longing for the revival of brotherly love. Dong Wushang had finally woken up today. However, it was already too late. But his younger brother was still so happy from the bottom of his heart, even though he was about to die. Dong Wulei felt an intense pain in his heart, but he endured the intense sourness in his heart. He slowly stood up, turned his back, and said with sorrow, Yes, we may not necessarily die. However, he had secretly made up his mind. I won't let you die even if I have to die. You must die after me even if you have to die. I can't bear the thought of my younger brother being killed in front of me. Dong Wulei strode towards young Black Devil as he thought of this. His complexion was calm, and his footsteps were steady. Young Black Devil seemed to know what Dong Wulei wanted to do when he saw Dong Wulei walking over. So, he waved his hand to signal the others not to obstruct him. Dong Wu Lei arrived in front of young Black Devil without any hindrance. Young Black Devil looked at him with his sharp eyes. Then, he sinisterly said, "Have you come to beg for mercy?" The token in Dong Wu Shang's bosom cracked open with a soft sound. There was a small and flat purple crystal bottle inside. Dong Wu Shang's hand trembled as he said in his heart, "Big brother, thank you." The next moment, the incomplete version of the heavy pill was already in his mouth. Dong Wu Shang suddenly felt a surge of heat in his dantian. The damaged meridians all over his body were like seedlings that had been in a drought for a long time. The meridians in his body were recovering at lightning speed at this moment. In fact, he could even feel the various wounds on his body. Moreover, he could feel the itchiness of his muscles as they healed. His meridians were repaired in the blink of an eye. His internal injuries were repaired the next moment. Then, his exhausted elemental power suddenly converged. Thousands of streams converged into a river and gradually set off monstrous waves in his dantian. The wounds on his body scabbed over in a flash and then fell off. The penetrating wound on his chest was fusing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It slowly turned into a small pit. Then, it slowly swelled up and smoothed out. Dong Wu Shang suddenly opened his eyes. Two sharp divine lights shot out from his eyes. They were like saber lights, and they came out majestically. At this time, Dong Wu Lei also said something to the Black Devil. "Let my younger brother go. I'll let you do whatever you want of me." I clicked on a few posts for monthly votes. I found that many of my brothers had written down their words when they were voting for me. I apologize for this. Those posts were posted by the system. They weren't on the front page of the book review section. I rarely clicked on them. Moreover, there were too many posts, and I didn't have time to read them. I might have missed a lot of them. I have to tell everyone that if you have any words or suggestions, you can post them in the book review section. I read them every day. Of course, there are some people scolding me in the book review section. But please rest assured that I've already been through a lot. Hehe. Requesting monthly votes. There are still 2 more updates today. It will be a little late. I haven't eaten since I woke up. Requesting monthly votes. I won't say any more. Words are provided by the Qihong update team. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 634. Young Black Eagle's body trembled as he cried out, "What?" He had thought of many possibilities. He thought that Dong Wu Lei had come to beg for mercy, or to negotiate terms, or to surrender, or to... However, he hadn't expected that Dong Wu Lei wouldn't do anything, and would only say such a sentence. Dong Wu Shang was dead for sure in the current situation. However, if Dong Wu Lei had hardened his heart, he would have been able to break out of the encirclement and return alive. However, Dong Wu Lei had given up on him and wanted his dying brother to go back. "Don't you know that your brother won't live for long even if he goes back?" Black Devil's voice was hoarse as he looked at Dong Wu Lei. "Even if I don't kill him now and let him leave, I'm afraid he'll die before he reaches the Dong clan's gate. Don't you know?" Dong Wu Lei coldly snorted and said, "So what? I just want my brother to go back." "My brother went out to commit a crime for nearly a year. He hasn't seen my father or my mother." Dong Wu Lei mischievously smiled and said, "I miss him very much. I see him every day at home. It's cruel to see him before he dies, but it's better than not seeing him at all. I only have this one request. Do you agree?" Ji Wu Lei insipidly said, "You came here today to kill. In other words, you came here to kill Wu Shang. Now, you've won a complete victory, and you've spared me. I'll die in your hands. I won't be able to hold on for long with my supreme injury. I'll die for sure. Your goal has been achieved. Do you agree?" Dong Wu Lei asked in a deep voice. "Moreover, this will reduce a lot of casualties for you. Do you agree?" The young man, Haimi, suddenly felt that he was panicking. "Do I agree?" Just as Dong Wu Lei said, "I've achieved my goal this time. Moreover, this condition can reduce casualties and preserve my strength. Do I agree? Don't I agree?" He hesitated. The Black Devil assassins around also looked at their young master with bright eyes. In their opinion, they couldn't agree at all. The psychological satisfaction of killing a powerhouse in a battle and killing a high-ranking person couldn't be replaced by any enjoyment. However, if he were to kill a helpless person, how could there be any pleasure in that? Wasn't the reputation of the Jianghu people based on stepping on the corpses of their enemies step by step? Good. Guillermo couldn't help looking at Dong Wushang's direction. He was ready to agree. He knew that he shouldn't agree, but he had to. The moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw Dong Wushang. Then, the words that were about to leave the door got stuck in his throat, because Dong Wushang slowly stood up and walked over step by step. The broadsword stood upright on his shoulder, and his eyes shone brightly. Obviously, he was full of spirit and energy. The young man took a step back. Behind his mask, his mouth was wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the depths of his eyes, there was even a hint of joy. Perhaps even the black demon himself did not know about this faint trace of joy. Dong Wu Lei was about to urge him, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he followed young Black Devil's line of sight and turned his head to look. He couldn't help but let out a GA sound. He was completely startled. His entire body stiffened. What did I just see? I actually saw a healthy younger brother. Dong Wu Lei blinked his eyes with all his might. He blinked again. Then, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes with all his might. Suddenly, tears burst out of his eyes. He wanted to hold them back, but he couldn't help it. He covered his eyes with all his might and coughed with all his might. This is too shameful. The old watermark of departure actually cried in front of so many enemies. Black Demon, I have recovered. Dong Wushang slashed with his broadsword, and a big tree in the distance fell down and split into pieces. Don't talk about any conditions. You can't kill us now. Do you regret it? Dong Wushang said indifferently. Dong Wushang was tall and sturdy. When he stood in front of young Heimo was tall and slender. However, when he stood in front of Dong Wushang, he was actually shorter than him by a head. The Black Devil young master took a deep breath. A strange look flashed through his eyes. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said in a sinister voice, Regret? Of course, I regret it. I regret that I didn't kill you earlier. Even Dong Wushang could hear the insincerity in his words. He couldn't help but laugh. Young Black Demon stood there quietly for a while. He lowered his head. No one could see the look in his eyes. If someone saw it, they would be very surprised, because his eyes clearly showed that he was relieved. He seemed to have found a reason to be relieved. He suddenly waved his hand and said, Give up on this mission. Leave immediately. He turned around and flew away. The 4 heaven-grade assassins behind him were the most astonished. We are leaving just like that? What are we doing here? So what if Dong Wushang has recovered? We have more than 10 people on our side. 4 heaven-grade assassins, plus Xiao Guei. In addition, we have more than 50 earth-grade assassins. Our strength is absolutely overwhelming. Even if we can't kill Dong Wushang, we can pay a price to severely injure him. And Dong Wushang will definitely die. Why should we leave when we have such a good situation? Young master, one of the heaven-grade assassins looked at his Xiao Gui's back with some hesitation and said, I said, leave. Young Black Demon snorted from afar. He said gloomily, Do you have an opinion? But we. Type drop mouth J reciprocal drop mouth, no buts. The world cries when the Saber Emperor appears. Haven't you heard of this sentence? Rather than forming an irreconcilable enmity, it's better to do a favor today. Young Black Demon said. His slender body floated far away. His gloomy voice came from afar. Dong Wushang, you owe me a favor. Remember. The Black Demon assassins were stunned for a while. That heaven-grade assassin finally waved his hand. He said with some hatred and unwillingness, Leave. Swish. Swish. The Heimo killers disappeared without a trace. Dong Wushang smiled bitterly. He knew that young Black Demon's words were not wrong. If it was a fight to the death, he wouldn't have a problem escaping even if he couldn't win against the enemy's numbers. However, The problem was that his elder brother would definitely die. Young Black Demon's departure was like sending an adult to him. Dong Wushang didn't know why young Black Demon, who was famous for being gloomy and terrifying in the three heavens, would leave so easily today. He knew that there must be a reason for this. However, he couldn't figure out what the reason was. It seemed that no matter what he said, it didn't make sense. However, he had to remember this favor. Moreover, no one could bear to owe such a favor between friend and foe. Yi Wushang and Dong Wu Lei hadn't noticed that the Black Devil young master had walked far away into the forest. But he had suddenly emerged from the treetops when he had entered the forest. It seemed as if he had glanced at them from afar. Then, he had disappeared into the dusky forest like a breeze. A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the sigh of an unknown emotion. However, how could these two brothers care about young Black Demon at this moment? Elder brother. Dong Wushang took a step forward excitedly. Wushang, you're fine? Dong Wushang couldn't believe it. Oh, I'm fine. Dong Wushang naturally knew that his big brother's divine medicine was a top secret. Elder brother was good to him. However, Dong Wushang was afraid of his big brother's unscrupulous ways to achieve his goal. Big brother would be in trouble if he knew about it. Therefore, Dong Wushang's gaze was evasive, and his words were vague. So fast. Genkai is clearly... Dong Wushang wanted to say. Genkai was clearly half dead. So, how did he recover so quickly? Isn't this too fake? However, he didn't say anything after thinking about it. Dong Wushang wasn't good at lying. So, he couldn't speak. His gaze kept wandering around. You're pretending to be Genkai? Dong Wushang finally thought of a possibility. His complexion couldn't help but sink as he asked angrily. Dong Wushang opened his eyes wide. He thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. So, he couldn't help but nod foolishly. You're pissing me off. Dong Wushang pointed his finger at Dong Wushang's nose. He thought that he was so regretful that he almost wanted to commit suicide. I didn't expect that this bastard was pretending. Doesn't that mean that he was watching me make a fool of myself from the beginning? I've lost a lot of face this time. Dong Wushang's face turned from white to red, from red to purple, from purple to black, and from black to green. Suddenly, he roared, You bastard! Did you enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? He suddenly jumped up and ferociously kicked Dong Wushang to the ground. Then, he pounced on Dong Wushang like a tiger and rode on his body. Then, he gnashed his teeth and rained down his fists. Dong Wushang didn't dare to fight back. He gritted his teeth and took the beating. He didn't make a sound. Dong Wushang's anger would have subsided if he had begged for mercy. But the problem was, what kind of person was Dong Wushang? This guy was definitely a super ruthless person who wouldn't even let out a moan when he was smashed to death bone by bone. So, how could he possibly cry out? Not only did he not cry out, but he was also comforting himself in his heart. Elder brother's anger will be appeased if he beats a mortal. Isn't it just getting beaten by a mortal? I can hold on. However, he didn't know that the more he didn't cry out, the angrier Dong Wushang got. The angrier he got, the more he got beaten. Dong Wushang didn't make a sound even after Dong Wushang had beaten him for a long time. I'll beat you to death, you tough bone. Dong Wushang's eyes turned green with anger. He ferociously kicked him. This younger brother of his had been like this since childhood. He was naughty, but he didn't admit his mistake. He didn't make a sound no matter how much you beat him. He wouldn't say a word even if you beat him to death. I was wrong. Such a child could really make an adult anxious and angry. Cough, cough. This point. Those who have children at home should understand it very well. Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly turned red as he continued to beat him. He recalled that he had been so desperate and regretful that he wished he could commit suicide. Then, he suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears. You bastard! You don't know that you scared me to death just now. How would I explain it to my parents if something had happened to you? Stupid pig. You're such a stupid pig. Dong Wulei was scared out of his wits when he saw Dong Wushang. I wrote this last paragraph 3 times, but I wasn't satisfied. So, I simply didn't describe it and wrote it out plainly. Everyone can experience it for themselves. I've added one more chapter today. Counting last month's, there are 3 chapters today. I'll continue to write. I may not be able to write another chapter before midnight, but I'll need a monthly ticket if I can write another chapter. Well, I'll escape to write, and I'll need to double the time. Please do your best to support me. It'll be difficult to catch up after these 7 days. Of course, it'll be difficult for others to catch up if the distance between us is too big. Chapter 635. Dong Wushang and Dong Wu Lei were leading their horses on the road. They were talking as they walked. Both of them were feeling relaxed and happy. They hadn't felt this way for many years. The remaining experts were following behind them. Their lips were blue, and their faces were pale. They were trembling with fear. Unexpectedly, the 2 brothers didn't mention this person. They didn't say anything about how to deal with him. They didn't even talk to him. They just left him hanging. Someone wanted to say something, but he was embarrassed. He was nervous. This road was extremely torturous. Dong Wu Lei's eyes were still red. He would massage his eyes whenever he was free. Moreover, he would do it stealthily every time. He was very secretive. He was extremely embarrassed. Damn it! The old man actually cried out loud in front of everyone in the hall. His reputation was more or less ruined. Dong Wu Lei was at a loss. This is too shameful. Young clan lord Dong recalled how he had stretched out his legs and cried. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and drill his head into it. I've been possessed. Isn't it better if this stupid pig dies? Why would I be sad? Motherfucker. Dong Wushang wasn't an insensible person. Dong Wushang would come forward and greet Dong Wu Lei every time he rubbed his eyes. He would have an honest look on his face. Big brother, are your eyes still uncomfortable? Sigh. I'm very touched. You, Sigh. You're crying. This is the first time I've seen you cry since you were a child. Dong Wu Lei would be too ashamed to show his face every time this happened. This bastard. Can't you see that I'm rubbing my eyes secretly? You're still coming forward to console me. Console my ass. Dong Wu Lei finally couldn't help but explode when Dong Wu Lei rubbed his eyes for the 8th time, and Dong Wushang cautiously came forward to console him for the 8th time. Dong Wushang was beaten into a pig's head in no time. He scolded as he beat him. How did that stupid pig king of Hell Chu teach you? How did such a smart person become brothers with a stupid pig like you? You follow such a smart person every day. Didn't you learn some fucking tricks? You don't even have a little bit of understanding. Laugh. Try laughing again. I can't kill you. Dong Wushang covered his head while being beaten. His eyes were full of grievances. What's wrong? Fucker, you don't know what's good for you. Even when Gu Duxing and the others were suffering, I rarely comforted them. Isn't this because you're my big brother? Why? Is it wrong to be concerned about you? The more Dong Wushang thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. I gave you an honor that no one else could enjoy, and you actually hit me? Unable to bear it, there was no need to bear it any longer. Who could tolerate this? Uncle can tolerate it, but Prudence can't. Let me go. Poof. Pooh. Let me go. Pooh. You're still not done yet. Dong Wushang finally lost his temper. He flipped over and launched punches and kicks at the same time, brazenly resisting. After this battle, the 2 brothers' faces were bruised and swollen. They lay on the ground and cried out. Dong Wu Lei didn't need to worry about the rims of his eyes turning red because they had already turned blue. After a long time, he said, Wushang, I think today's matter is a little strange. Weird? Yes, it was too strange. Why should Hayamo let us go? Dong Wu Lei held a blade of grass in his swollen mouth like a pig's. He then started to ponder. That's true. I also feel that the Hayamo today is a little abnormal. Dong Wushang's expression was a little strange. He blinked his eyes. One of them had black eyes, and the other had blue eyes. The best outcome for you and me, brothers, would have been to perish together if we had fought today. Or, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Dong Wu Lei deliberated. It could be said that he had the deepest understanding of Dong Wushang. Because I've come, and I've become a burden to you. You wouldn't have escaped if I hadn't escaped. So, The final result would have been that everyone would have fought with their lives on the line. But they had a lot of people. Their emperor-level experts weren't as sharp as your saber emperor. But 7 of them were far above you. You would have undoubtedly died if they had been willing to pay the price to fight you. The Dong clan would have collapsed if both of us had died. So, why did he give up at the most critical moment? Dong Wulei said. As for what he said about Saber Emperor comes out and the world cries, that's nonsense. Could it be that Saber Monarch also cries? Saber Saint also cries? Could it be that he has some purpose? Dong Wushang sat up and pondered. Or, does he have some intention? Nonsense. What intention could the Black Devil have towards us? He wouldn't have any intention towards a hostile force like our Dong clan even if he had gone mad. Dong Wulei said in distress. But there must be a reason. And I'm afraid this reason isn't small. That's right. Dong Wushang touched his chin. He shouldn't have wanted me to owe him a favor, right? Dong Wulei was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, Do you think you're a supreme-level expert? Supreme-level expert? I'm afraid it'll take a few years. Dong Wushang honestly replied, at least a few decades. Fuck. Dong Wulei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then, he looked up and heaved a long sigh. I realized that I was afraid of you in the past. It was an unforgivable mistake. Can't you use your brain a little? Dong Wushang said as if it was a matter of course. Why would I need to use my brain when I'm with you? Dong Wulei was startled. Dong Wushang's ordinary words had revealed his unparalleled trust in his elder brother. Moreover, this trust had become a matter of habit. Why would I need to use my brain when I'm with you? Dong Wulei couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He couldn't help but slap him. Don't be sentimental here. Sentimental? Dong Wushang caressed the back of his head. Then, he disdainfully said, You're sick. Dong Wulei was furious. A long time passed before he said, You must be more careful when you meet the Black Devil in the future. I feel that this matter isn't so simple. Dong Wushang nodded in agreement. He thought in his heart, Not simple? Could it be that it's very perverted? Both of them got up from the ground. They were about to return to the clan. So, they were somewhat silent. I'll leave the clan in the future. Dong Wushang was silent for a long time. Then, he finally opened his mouth and looked at his elder brother with sincerity. Dong Wulei's body suddenly shook. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. I am not suitable to stay in the clan. You and I can't fight. But there are many people in our clan who have ulterior motives or groundless fears. Dong Wushang racked his brain and pondered. Then, he said, Elder Dan, the consecrated elders, and the elders think that my aptitude surpasses yours. So, you, I, and my father can't resist if they want to launch a coup. Dong Wulei silently lowered his head and walked forward. He was caught in a dilemma in his heart. He couldn't bear to let his younger brother leave. But he also didn't want his younger brother to stay at home. As for this person, forget about it. Dong Wushang smiled. You don't need to care about sister-in-law. After all, almost all the elites of the Yu clan were wiped out this time. They did it to deal with me. But they did it for you. Dong Wushang coldly snorted and said, How can there be such an easy thing? The contradiction and affection in his eyes suddenly changed into coldness and ruthlessness when he talked about this matter. The ambitious and ruthless side of Dong Wulei was finally revealed in front of him. Think more for your nephew, Dong Wushang said. Dong Wulei snorted. Both of them returned home while they were talking. The remaining experts obediently went to the discipline hall under Dong Wulei's command. They had almost lost half of their lives. But they didn't dare to say a word. Dong Qigong's worried face revealed a relieved smile when he saw the 2 brothers return together. Then, he saw that the 2 brothers had bruised noses and swollen faces. So, he anxiously asked what happened. He hit me. Dong Wushang pointed at Dong Wulei. He also hit me. Dong Wulei snorted. Dong Qigong laughed heartily. The worry in his heart was finally gone. Dong clan held a big banquet that night. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Dong Wulei hurried over halfway through the banquet. His complexion was gloomy. Dong Wushang didn't ask what his elder brother had done to sister-in-law. Dong Wulei also didn't say anything. The two brothers had a tacit understanding. I feel that I have to explain something here, because I can't make up my mind. This Yushio, what should I do? So, I have to be vague about it. It's not that I'm lazy. The next day, the Dong clan gathered their troops and prepared to go to war. Dong Wulei and Dong Wushang would naturally lead the expedition team. They would take a detour on this road. They wouldn't go through the Breaking Soul Cliff. Instead, they would go through the Double Sun Pass. They would pass through the Shuangyang Mountain Pass and arrive at the Gu clan's territory. They would meet with Gu Duxing. Then, they would lead the troops north and join forces with the Mo clan. The decisive battle that would take place in 3 days was finally about to begin. Dong Wushang and his father had a long talk that night. Dong Qigong also sighed for half the night, but he still reluctantly agreed in the end. Dong Wushang knelt in front of the clan's gate and kowtowed before the expedition. Then, he turned around, mounted his horse, and left. The group of people arrived at the Shuangyang Mountain Pass. There was a dense forest on both sides of the group. Dong Wushang was walking at the front, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look and saw a black light flying out of the forest on the left side. It went straight for Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang snorted. He stretched out his hand and caught this black light. It was a black feather arrow. Dong Wushang's body had already flown out from the horse's back when he had caught the arrow. His black saber turned into a black light. He and his saber merged and entered the dense forest in a flash. Dong Wushang rushed out 400 feet in the dense forest with a schwa sound. But he didn't find anything. He was puzzled in his heart. But he suddenly saw some swaying grass from the corner of his eyes. So, he roared and pounced over. A black-clothed figure flew out from the grass with a rustling sound. Her body flashed, and she was already more than 100 feet away. Dong Wushang couldn't help but be stunned. This person had a slim figure. Her movements were like a weak willow swaying with the wind. Her speed was fast, but her movements were graceful and calm. She should be a young girl. How can a girl suddenly appear in such a place? Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. Then, he continued to chase. The girl's movements were nimble, and her speed was also very fast. But her cultivation was obviously far inferior to Dong Wushang's. That black-clothed girl was angry and anxious when she saw Dong Wushang chasing after her. She turned her head and shouted coldly, "I came to deliver you a message out of goodwill. Why are you chasing after me as if I'm your enemy? You're really a hothead." To be continued. Chapter 636. Dong Wushang was startled. He couldn't help but stop. That girl seemed to be relieved. She stretched her body and disappeared without a trace. Dong Wushang could only vaguely make out a pair of sparkling eyes under the veil of the young girl's veil when she turned her head, sparkling like the cold stars in the sky. He stopped thoughtfully and looked at the black arrow in his hand. He saw a note tied to it. Ao Qing Yun, Ao Feng Yun, led a group of people to threaten the Gu clan. Just a few words. Dong Wushang's body shook. He rushed back like a whirlwind. Wushang, who is it? Dong Wulei looked at Dong Wushang. I don't know. Dong Wushang mounted his horse. Big brother, something happened to the Gu clan. I have to go first. You lead the army and speed up. His voice hadn't faded when he clamped his legs on the horse's belly. The horse neighed and rushed out. Dong Wulei reacted instantly. He reached out and pulled the king-level expert down from the horse's back. He patted the horses but with his right hand, and another horse rushed out. Bring another horse. Okay. Dong Wushang's voice was already very far away. Speed up. Dong Wulei took a deep breath. He looked at his younger brother's departing figure and waved his hand. The army also quickened their pace. The Gu clan and the Dong clan were now in an alliance. If the Ao clan took over the Gu clan, it would be very bad. Mo clan. Mo Tianji walked into the study. The latest news is that the Dong clan brothers have reconciled. Dong Wushang returned to the clan safe and sound. The Black Devil returned without success. Mo Tianji's voice clearly relaxed. King of Helchu had been asking for news every day for the past few days. Mo Tianji had a nervous reflex. His heart jumped when he saw King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang's face relaxed. He let out a long breath. He knew that Dong Wushang had finally overcome the first obstacle in his life. Psychological obstacle. Among the brothers, Dong Wushang was the one with the biggest crisis. The Black Devil was famous for being strange and vicious. There was also Dong Wu Lei, who had ulterior motives. Dong Wushang was an emotional person. He was heroic and unparalleled. Such a person wouldn't be easily hurt. But if he was hurt by his family, he would never be able to turn over a new leaf. In his previous life, Dong Wushang had cultivated Merciless Saber. Although Merciless Blade was ruthless, it still went to the extreme. In his previous life, their relationship had deteriorated until many years later, when the two brothers finally fought. At that time, things were already out of control. But in this life, things were finally better. I'm going all out. It could be seen that it wasn't a bad thing to do some things in advance. Are you finally relieved? Mo Tianji finally dared to sit down in front of King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu would come to the study room every morning to wait for news. Mo Tianji would feel restless whenever King of Hell Chu arrived. Originally, this study was Mo Tianji's favorite place to stay. It gave him a wonderful feeling of strategizing and controlling the whole world. However, Mo Tianji felt tormented sitting next to King of Hell Chu ever since King of Hell Chu had taken over his place. This guy was like a bomb that could explode at any time. This caused the master of calculation and manipulation, who caused the entire three heavens to tremble in fear, to become restless, as if there was a sore growing under his butt. Now, he could finally sit down peacefully. What do you mean you're finally relieved? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then, he sprawled out on the armchair and said, I've never been worried, okay? You're the only one who's worrying about other people's business. Mo Tianji almost spat out his saliva. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chu Yang. Do you have a conscience to say these words? Let's talk business. Chu Yang lazily picked his ear. You can go out if there's nothing else. I'm going to sleep. Mo Tianji was furious. Is this my home, or your home? Get up. Of course, there's something important. Mo Tianji said sullenly, otherwise, do you think I'm here to see your stinky face? The first thing is that the Dong brothers are leading people to the Gu clan. It seems that they're coming here after meeting up with the Gu clan, Mo Tianji said. Oh. Chu Yang closed his eyes. Mo Tianji clenched his teeth. The second thing is that Ao clans Ao Feng Yun and Ao Qing Yun are suppressing the Gu clan. Oh. Chu Yang's eyebrows didn't move. You're not worried? Mo Tianji was surprised. Are you worried? Chu Yang asked back. I'm also not worried. Mo Tianji forced a smile. I've underestimated King of Hell Chu's wisdom. I reckon that King of Hell Chu might as well fart if he were to hear this. He might even cover his nose if someone farted. Ao clan might dare to assassinate Gu Duxing. But that genius wouldn't dare to brazenly exterminate the Gu clan in front of so many people even if he was a fool. Gu Duxing isn't just a single person. He has the Gu clan, Dong clan, Luo clan, Mo clan, Xie clan, and Ji clan behind him. There's also the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that's giving everyone a headache. Ao clan only has Ao Qing Yun and Ao Feng Yun. So, they don't have the guts to stir up such a hornet's nest. Moreover, it's at such a sensitive time. They're not forcing them too hard. So, they'll just treat it as a farce. But I reckon that these two won't be able to return to the Ao clan if they force them too hard. Chu Yang lazily said, in addition, they'd better withdraw quickly. Dong Wushang is rushing over there right now. These two geniuses will still be there when Dong Wushang arrives at Gu Duxing's place. So, these two geniuses of the Ao clan don't have the slightest hope of survival. The only result is that they'll become two piles of dung. Chu Yang concluded. Could it be that Gu Duxing dares to kill them? Mo Tianji glared. Is it strange to kill them? Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji in astonishment. Master of calculation and manipulation. Can't someone from the Ao clan die? Let's not talk about killing these two geniuses in the current situation of the Jianghu. Would the Ao clan dare to fart even if I killed all of them? If they dare to fart, I'll catch a pack of male wolves and feed them aphrodisiac. Then, I'll strip Aosyeon naked and throw him inside. Then, I'll call all the big clans of the upper three heavens to visit. Imo Tianji quivered and shivered. You're so vicious, he sighed and said. Speaking of which, we have a problem here. You shouldn't have saved Aosyeon. Wouldn't it have been better if he had died? The reason why the Ao clan let them out was because of Aosyeon's death. They wanted them to come out and perform meritorious deeds. They also wanted to choose a successor to replace Aosyeon for revenge. Their target was the Black Devil and the others. There's no doubt about this. But they just started to act when they received news that Aosyeon wasn't dead. Imo Tianji sighed. Isn't that crazy? Since Aosyeon isn't dead, it means that they don't have a chance. Since they don't have a chance, but they're in a place where they have a chance, how can they not do something earth-shattering? Surpass Aosyeon? What kind of big thing can be important? It's just unifying the Jianghu. Or finding a few young experts for the Ao clan who can reach the monarch level and saint level to increase the chances of the Ao clan entering the upper three heavens. Only then can they replace Aosyeon, right? At this time, your heavenly armament pavilion came out of nowhere. Every one of you is a genius with a bright future. You tell me, if they don't make a move on you, who else can they make a move on? Imo Tianji got angry as he spoke. You bastard. You're a shit-stirrer. What do you mean by your heavenly armament pavilion? Chu Yang said unhappily. It should be our heavenly armament pavilion. Our heavenly armament pavilion? Imo Tianji was shocked. Yes, I declare that you, Imo Tianji, are the military counselor of our heavenly armament pavilion from today onwards, Chu Yang said proudly. I won't do it, Imo Tianji said angrily. He almost vomited blood. How did he become a subordinate in the blink of an eye? Objection overruled. Minister Chu said majestically, I declare that your application is approved. Imo Tianji was so angry that he laughed. He was just talking about his faults when this guy started to pester him endlessly. Let's talk about these things first, Imo Tianji said angrily. What's the use of saying these things? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. The problem now is that these things have already happened. What we're discussing now is how to solve it and how to deal with it. What's the use of saying these things besides making me feel uncomfortable? Imo Tianji was startled. He was used to finding out the cause and effect of everything. Hearing Chu Yang say this, he suddenly remembered that it might be useful to find out the cause of other things, but this matter was indeed useless. As for how to deal with it, I've already planned it out. Imo Tianji snorted and said, I'm just waiting for Gu Duxing to return home and Dong Wushang's matter to be over. Now, I'm basically done with my preparations. Oh? What about Luo Ku Di and GMO? Chu Yang asked. Those two are not important. Imo Tianji said, they'll follow you. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said angrily, but Luo Ku Di is missing. He hasn't been found yet. He'll be fine. Imo Tianji said, Luo Ku Wu doesn't see him as a competitor. No matter how high his cultivation is, he won't kill his brothers. What are you afraid of? Do you think that someone like Luo Ku Di can be the clan master? Do you want him to squat on the clan master's seat and whine every day? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He was stupefied. And GMO, that guy can't even escape. Before the G clan master's seat is passed down, he won't go back. What's the use of looking for him? Imo Tianji snorted, that lecher. I don't know if he's crawled out of his wife's belly yet. These words are very reasonable. Minister Chu rubbed his chin as he muttered to himself. He felt that Imo Tianji's words were very reasonable. Actually, I think that Huyan Aobo would be a perfect match for Dong Wushang or Li Xiong Tuesday. Both of them are big and strong. I didn't expect that she would take a fancy to GMO. It's really... Imo Tianji racked his brains and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, chopsticks with toothpicks, celery with bean sprouts. And this bean sprouts is a man. The plan had been completed. Everything had been arranged properly. So, Imo Tianji could not help but become gossipy as he relaxed. Chopsticks with toothpicks, celery with bean sprouts? Hearing these words, Chu Yang immediately choked and coughed repeatedly. To be continued. Chapter 637. Then, Emotianji began to issue orders one by one. Countless invisible falcons flew out one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. Block the trade routes. Block the waterways. Block the mines. Block. Emotianji had formulated different countermeasures for the first 3 areas of each clan, and each clan's strength. Every one of them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even Chu Yong, who was watching from the sidelines, felt somewhat alarmed. Emotianji would shout every time he finished writing, "Someone come in." Then, someone would come in and take the order. Then, he would go out and release the 5 elements falcons according to Emotianji's instructions. Emotianji had sent more than 40 orders to the Gu clan, Xie clan, Dong clan, and other allied clans within 2 hours. Moreover, the small clans that depended on these allied clans for survival. Then, it was the Emo clan's own arrangement. Emotianji had casually made arrangements. He had issued 10 orders within an hour. Each of them was aimed at the vital points. Moreover, they were ordinary means plus abnormal means. They included vicious means, despicable means, shameless means. In short, Emotianji was unscrupulous this time. He was unscrupulous. He was unscrupulous. He was determined to ravage the enemy clans physically. He was determined to rape the enemy clans spiritually. He was determined to rape the enemy clans financially. He was determined to rape the enemy clans morally. He was determined to make the enemy clans impregnate and then miscarry them. He was using vicious, despicable, shameless, wretched, upper-class and low-class methods, and he was using them in the name of righteousness. This was simply too awesome. It was awesome to the point of infinity. Finally, Emotianji had written a declaration to the world. It was as follows: I respectfully inform the people of Jianghu of the 3 heavens. Today, the wind and clouds have changed strangely. Bloody rain and foul wind have emerged in an endless stream. First, dozens of clans have been exterminated. Their young daughters have gone missing. Then, countless young beggars have gone missing. My Emo clan, Xie clan, Dong clan, Ji clan, and Gu clan have joined forces to investigate. And we have finally found something. It was the Ming clan's evil plan. They wanted to practice evil techniques and dominate Jianghu. But the Ming clan was suddenly exterminated when the investigation was nearing its end. And the culprits turned out to be the Ming clan's allies, several big clans. The more he tried to cover it up, the more conspicuous it was. The Black Devil clan, the Tu clan, the O clan, the Tian clan, and the other clans had already obtained the cultivation method of the Ming clan. Moreover, they had slaughtered the Ming clan. These clans would probably ravage the entire world within a few years given their financial and material resources and manpower. His ambition was clear as day. Even if all the powers of the 3 heavens combined, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. Evil and poisonous arts brought disaster to the world. There was no need to hide the great danger. We are all carefree and happy Jianghu people. How can we be slaves? Here, we will fight to the death to protect the laws of the martial world. The hot blood of martial artists. Martial artists of our generation would rather die standing than live kneeling. It was better to be a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. On the 10th day of the 10th month, by the Lake of Despair, there would be a battle to the death. Let's see who would be the one to die. Emotianji finally finished writing. He blew on the ink and said with a smile, "This can only be done after the letter of challenge is sent out and the other party accepts it." There was no hurry. However, this duke is angry today, so I'll use this mood to write and prepare. Chu Yang's hair stood on end. Emotianji was really, Chu Yang was speechless. Emotianji first launched an attack on those clans. Moreover, it was an all-around attack. Then, when the other party couldn't bear it anymore, he sent out the letter of challenge. At that time, those clans would have been furious and would have fought without hesitation. Then, they would have realized that the moment they agreed, Emotianji had already sent out a declaration for the entire 3 heavens. Ring after ring after ring, interlocking. Then, they would pounce on the enemy clans like a storm. As long as we can hold on until the final battle, we will win. Emotianji smiled and said, at that time, Even if the upper three heavens send reinforcements, it would be useless. Lake of Despair? Chu Yang was suddenly moved and exclaimed. Lake of Despair. Wasn't that where the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword was located? Mo Tianji actually chose to fight there? Mo Tianji finally finished his arrangements. He let out a long sigh and pondered. Apparently, he had gone through his plan in his mind. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he said, Brother Chu, do you have any suggestions for my arrangements? No. Chu Yang said sincerely, your arrangements this time are perfect. It was indeed very beautiful. In the past, Mo Tianji's arrangements tended to neglect one thing, human nature. But now, Mo Tianji made such arrangements based on the life experiences and personalities of the leaders of the clans. It could be said that every move not only attacked the lifelines of the clans, but also the weaknesses of the leaders of the clans. In fact, Mo Tianji had even made such arrangements for each and every merchant. Every move was perfect and impeccable. Brother Mo, you are gradually becoming more mature. Chu Yang said quietly. Yes, from the looks of this plan, it was completely the work of the master of calculation and manipulation from his previous life. Brother Chu, you have contributed greatly to this. Mo Tianji smiled and said, a few days ago, you told me that I didn't pay attention to human nature when making plans. This reminded me. In the past, when I made plans, I only considered the final benefits and strength of the clans or schemes. In short, I didn't consider human nature. You don't know that these days, I have been thinking about human nature all night long. He sent out a pensive look. Chu Yang also became serious. This topic was very vague, but it was the key to Mo Tianji's transformation. Later, I finally figured it out. Human nature is the weakness of a person's character. Mo Tianji smiled and said, no matter if it is a good person or a bad person, there is a weakness in their character. And this weakness is formed when they are young. So, after investigating a person and understanding their life experiences, combined with their current behavior, it is easy to find the weakness of their character. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Fuck, what is this saying? Human nature is the weakness of a person's character? This is the first time I have heard of such a theory. It is too fucking creative. So, I am making plans now to deliberately target this point. I almost investigated the life of every person we are going to deal with and analyzed them. Then, I found their human nature. Mo Tianji was a little proud. Then, I found out that the success rate of such a plan is 100%. Brother Chu, you are really a good teacher and helpful friend. Your words have awakened me. To be continued. Chapter 638. Chu Yang was speechless. Human nature is not human nature. I asked you to study human nature, but you took a different path and walked out on a different path. I know what you want to say. What you want to say is human nature. Mo Tianji waved his hand and said seriously, I have also thought about it. There is nothing to study about human nature. There are only 4 words. The weak are prey to the strong. It may be cruel for me to say this, but the truth is like this. There are good people in this generation, but good people want to live well. Even if they do not want to hurt anyone, as long as they live, they will hurt others. To survive, you need to compete. Martial artists are like this. Poor people are like this. There will always be people who do well and people who do not. The good person is a good person. He did not hurt others. But the boss will definitely keep him and drive away the unsuitable one. So because of the existence of this good person, that person will be hurt. We are used to living in this kind of environment every day, so we do not think much of it. But in reality, survival of the fittest is around us. It happens every moment. It is always changing. Everyone is stepping on others to get to the top. Even if he is only in charge of slaughtering pigs, he can only gain a stable foothold after defeating others. It does not matter if he wins with integrity, conscience, or morals. But this victory is hurting others. Mo Tianji let out a deep breath. This is human nature. No matter how good a person is, the weak are prey to the strong. No matter how bad a person is, it is still the same. This is human nature. When a general succeeds, bones fill the mountain. When a person becomes famous, Tens of thousands of people lose their voice. Even poor people step on piles of bones. What they eat is also the fruit of victory. Others are not good. Actually, it is not a reason for you to hurt them. But even if you do not want to hurt them, you will still hurt them. As long as there are people, there will be hurt. It has been the same since ancient times. So there is no need to talk about human nature. It is enough to see through it. Chu Yang pondered and silently digested Emo Tianji's words. He slowly nodded. Maybe you are a little extreme, but I have to admit that there is some truth in it. Yes, this is the difference between you and me. Emo Tianji looked at Chu Yang somewhat enviously. You may be cruel and merciless, but you see the beautiful side of human nature. When I look at human nature, I only see the evil side. Therefore, Chu Yang, I won't have any doubts if someone kills you one day. But for me, Emo Tianji, no one can kill me unless they use absolute violence for no reason. This is my fortune, but also your lack. But isn't this also my misfortune? Rather, it's your fortune. Emo Tianji's voice was very heavy. Chu Yang's face also became heavy. If a person only thought about the dark side of a problem, then there would be no joy in life. However, Emo Tianji was clearly enjoying himself in this realm. I like to scheme. I like to play with people in the palm of my hand. I like to be in control. I like to force the law of the jungle on others. Emo Tianji laughed in self-mockery. So when you mentioned human nature, I thought of human nature. Because human nature had no weaknesses, but human nature had flaws. And this flaw would be my greatest weapon to defeat him. For example, if I wanted to deal with you, Chu Yang, I would start from the lower three heavens. I wouldn't fight you to the death in the lower three heavens. To deal with you, I would need to destroy the emotions in your heart. Chu Yang, you may be called King of Hell Chu, but you are a sentimental person. Without emotions, you will definitely die. This is your greatest weakness, but also your greatest strength. Emo Tianji sighed deeply. Chu Yang was shocked. That's right. In his previous life, wasn't he defeated just like that? The destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect made me have no other thoughts besides revenge. Therefore, I only thought of revenge. Therefore, in the land of hatred, I focused on the emotionless sword Dao, but I hurt Qing Wu. When Qing Wu died, his life would also be bleak from then on. I thought that I had gotten rid of my inner demons, but I didn't expect that I had also lost my heart. Without a heart, where would the inner demons come from? Therefore, after Qing Wu's death, I couldn't make any progress. Emo Tianji's assessment of me was very accurate. Therefore, I care so much about the life and death of Dong Wushang and the others. Emo Tianji continued, because I know that if they die, you will go crazy. If you go crazy, we will be finished. Emo Tianji smiled bitterly. After going in such a big circle, everyone is a key figure. Perhaps this is your path. Chu Yang said slowly with the tone of an experienced person. Emo Tianji was Emo Tianji after all. In the end, he still walked the path of the master of calculation and manipulation from his previous life. At this moment, he had transformed into a person who would collect information on anyone he met at all costs. Then, he would analyze their character, weaknesses, and habits. From there, he would formulate countermeasures. He could even understand a person. After understanding a person's first sentence, he could know what the person was going to say next and whether there would be a change in thinking. What place or scenery could affect a person's state of mind? What words could make a person angry in an instant? What words could make a person calm down immediately? This was an amazing person, but also a pitiful person. This was because he spent his life scheming against others. After scheming and calculating, he lost the joy of his life. The plan is set. Today is the 17th of the month. On the 10th of October, we will fight at the Lake of Despair. Although time is tight, we still have time. We still have 3 days of free time. Emo Tianji smiled and said, "What do you plan to do in these 3 days?" "I want to go to Qing Wu's courtyard to take a look," Chu Yang said calmly. Emo Tianji was stunned. A complicated look appeared in his eyes as he said, "I'll go with you." He smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. During this period of time, I feel guilty. I don't dare to go to my little sister's courtyard by myself. Every time I walk to the door, I think I can hear her crying. Sigh, my poor little sister. Chu Yang was speechless. He could only pat his shoulder to comfort him. The two walked together and arrived at Mo Qingwu's courtyard. The courtyard was clean. It was obvious that someone cleaned it every day. When they reached the door, Mo Tianji stopped. Intentionally or not, he let Chu Yang walk in front. It seemed that he didn't dare to be the first to open Mo Qingwu's door. With a creak, Chu Yang pushed the door open. A faint and pleasant fragrance wafted out from inside. This is Qingwu's scent. Chu Yang was touched. This is my little sister's scent. Mo Tianji was excited. The two of them raised their noses at the same time and took a deep breath. Then, they closed their eyes. Immediately, they noticed each other's actions. They immediately opened their eyes and glared at each other. What are you smelling? Is there something wrong with your nose? What are you smelling? Is there something wrong with your nose? The two of them questioned each other at the same time. At this moment, the two of them were protecting their sovereignty. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? They spoke at the same time again. Humph, humph. After two angry snorts, the two men almost squeezed each other and rushed into the room at the same time. This beast. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. This beast. Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. There was a thin layer of dust on the table. It was enough to show that no one had entered this room since Mo Qingwu left. The bed was neatly folded. There was a small pillow on the pink quilt. On the pillow, there was a tattered scabbard. It was all alone. Seeing this tattered scabbard, the two of them felt sad at the same time. Mo Qingwu had hugged this thing during the most difficult time of her life. Mo Qingwu at that time, just thinking about it made their hearts ache. Chu Yang only felt his eyes heat up. He turned his head and looked at Mo Tianji fiercely as if he wanted to eat him. This time, Mo Tianji didn't have the courage to look him in the eyes. He lowered his head in shame. Look at what you've done. Minister Chu stomped his feet and scolded with heartache. Mo Tianji sighed sadly. Chu Yang stepped forward and gently picked up the scabbard from the pillow. The scabbard seemed as light as nothing. It didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Chu Yang still felt the difference. The scabbard was obviously much cleaner than when he gave it to Mo Qingwu. In addition, the color of some places was darker. An image appeared in front of him. Mo Qingwu hugged the scabbard pitifully, her face pressed against the scabbard. She sat in front of the door and looked forward to it. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Brother Chu Yang, every time I hug the scabbard, I feel that you will come to pick me up soon. Chu Yang sighed deeply. His heart ached. Mo Tianji stepped forward. Just as he was about to check, Chu Yang glared and raised the scabbard. Mo Tianji stared at him for a long time and finally retreated. Chu Yang gently lifted the quilt. A delicate fragrance wafted out. He couldn't help but sniffle. Behind him, Mo Tianji's face was ferocious. He almost wanted to kick this shameless person out. Then, Chu Yang sat on the edge of the bed and didn't move. Mo Tianji touched his nose. Finally, he walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Naturally, Minister Chu rolled his eyes. However, the ghost master didn't care. He coughed twice and sat down calmly. Then, he touched left and right. In the next moment, the two of them touched the bottom of the quilt at the same time. They immediately realized that there was a texture that didn't belong to the quilt. There was also a rustling sound. Then, the two of them started to fight fiercely. Under the quilt, there were obviously some scraps of paper. Mo Qingwu must have written something and hidden it here. The two of them came here for this. At that time, Mo Qingwu must have had a lot of feelings in her heart. However, she had no one to talk to. She could only write something and hide it. But where could a little girl hide it? In the eyes of people like Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, it was naturally easy for them to find it. Today, I went to the hospital for a checkup. I did a CT scan and everything. If you don't go to the hospital, you won't know how difficult it is to see a doctor. I can bet that there are more people in the hospital than in any market. I went there at 8:30. I queued up until 8:50. She went to the orthopedics department and waited in line until 10:30. She was then given a checkup. She waited in line at the entrance of the CT department until 10:30 before she was called in. Lie on that thing that countless people have laid on, stretch and retract in and out, up and down, and when done, take the film 3 hours later. He decided to take a nap on the recliner in the hospital. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he finally queued up to take out the film. Below are the results of the examination. Perhaps some of the brothers and sisters will not understand, so I will add brackets to explain. The waist is bulging and loose. This seems to mean that it has been compressed. It means that it was originally round, but now it is flat. Disc herniation, early stage, not serious. Deep lumbar muscle strain, meaning the part of the strain is not on the surface. Low lumbar muscle strain, degree of strain. Deep cervical spine strain, same as above. Early stage of curvature of the spine, that is, a little deformed, originally straight, but the middle part begins to curve outwards. The initial period is over, but not yet due. Note that this is not the initial period of school. Adhesive scapulohumeral periarthritis, severe strain of the muscles around the left shoulder, muscle adhesion, severe strain of the left shoulder directly. I have to reflect on this point. This has nothing to do with writing. In the past, I was tired of carrying sacks and doing farm work. I worked as a stevedore at the train station. I once personally contracted 20 mu of land. That's basically the above. Doctor's advice: 1. It's best not to sit. Keep moving. Don't keep moving for more than half an hour. I roll my eyes at the sky. Is this possible? Then how am I going to write? If I don't write, how am I going to make money? If I don't make money, the doctors won't let me eat. 2. I recommend systematic treatment. Even massage and electrotherapy should be done in the hospital. After a hard struggle, I tentatively decided on 10 days. Go every morning. 3. It's best not to smoke. What does this have to do with smoking? Ignore. 4. Pay attention to your diet. Make sure your work and rest is normal. Did you see that? 3 decisions. 5. Pay attention to yourself. Don't exercise intensely, but don't exercise intermittently. Is there something wrong with this sentence? I just did a health checkup half a month ago. There were no problems with blood pressure, blood sugar, and blood lipids. I was smug for a long time. I didn't expect that this had nothing to do with that. If it wasn't for the numbness in my left hand when I was writing, and slowly the numbness in my upper body, I might have continued writing like this. But now, I really don't dare to. Writing this paragraph and delaying everyone's enjoyment of reading, I'm guilty. So I went out for a walk, exercised, and came back to write chapters. Above. Double the period. My future was great. Then this happened. Should I cry? To be continued. Chapter 639. Let go. Chu Yang glared at him fiercely. Let go. Mo Tianji was furious. Let go. This is what Little Wu wrote for me. Chu Yang really wanted to punch this guy in the nose. Bullshit. I can't read the letter written by my little sister. How can an outsider like you read it? Mo Tianji refused to budge. After a long time, the two finally compromised. Half each. Mo Tianji's face twisted when he saw the first half of the letter. Stinky second brother. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Mo Tianji's face turned pale. He sighed and turned over the letter. The second one. Stinky second brother Mo Tianji. I hate you. Mo Tianji rubbed his temples and looked at the third one. Brother Chu Yang. I miss you so much. When will you come to pick me up? Mo Tianji's face turned black. The fourth one. Brother Chu Yang. I miss you so much. I cried again today. The more I miss you, the sadder I feel. The fifth one. Brother Chu Yang, come quickly. They bullied me. Second brother also bullied me. Little Wu is dying. I miss you. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you. Mo Tianji quickly flipped through the whole stack. There were more than 100 letters. Besides cursing him, she was also thinking of Chu Yang. Perhaps, in Mo Qingwu's heart, he was the one who hurt her the most. After all, she had a premonition of other people's hurt. She was prepared for it. Only he was caught off guard. But I really did it for your own good. Mo Tianji's heart felt like it was being stabbed. His hands trembled. King Chu Yang, I will kill you. Mo Tianji finally shouted with grief and indignation. He looked at the last 3 letters. One of them said, Brother Chu Yang, if you come, I will be your wife, okay? The second one, Brother Chu Yang, when I grow up, I will be your wife, okay? The third one, Brother Chu Yang, you said that when I grow up, you will marry me. I am looking forward to it. These 2 pieces of paper were at the end, and they were crumpled. It seemed that a certain lowly felt embarrassed after writing them, so she secretly stuffed them at the bottom. Mo Tianji exploded. He looked at Chu Yang with infinite grief and indignation. You beast! You actually abducted my little sister's pure heart. At the side, Chu Yang was heartbroken. As he read and read, he looked at the lines of Mo Qingwu's handwriting. It was young and tender but proper. It was as if he could see how miserable Mo Qingwu was at that time. The more Mo Qingwu thought about him, the more upset she was at that time. Otherwise, how could a 10-year-old girl come up with so many strange ideas? Minister Chu's heart ached when he saw these Lolita girls pouring out their feelings one after another. At the same time, he was also unable to restrain his anger. He didn't expect that Mo Tianji would actually take the initiative to launch an attack. It was as if he had thrown a grenade into a pile of explosive barrels. King Chu Yinhui instantly exploded. Bastard! This is all your family's fault for mistreating Xiao Wu. Otherwise, why would he think of me like this? Who am I? At most, I only stayed with her for a little more than a month. What about you? You have no sense of shame at all. Filth flows back to the bottom. Your Mo clan is the worst. You actually turned around and accused me of abducting your sister? You should treat her better. Do you think I abducted her? King Chu Yinhui could be considered valiant. He could be considered the first person in history to fight back so righteously after abducting someone else's sister. Mo Tunji fumed. You really admitted that you abducted my sister. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. What you said at that time. It can't be true, right? Chu Yang was stunned. He immediately reacted and said resentfully, Didn't you say it before? By the time your sister grows up, I will have become an old gang. But looking at this sign, it is very possible. Mo Tianji circled around the room a few times. He was extremely distressed. When Xiao Wu was at her most helpless, only you were there to comfort her. After a long time, although she was young, her heart had a deep-rooted dependence on you. This kind of dependence could easily turn into love after she grew up. He grabbed his hair and sighed. If you let her stay with you and see her often, I'm afraid she can only let nature take its course. But when she was suffering the most, you were the one she missed. And when she was at her most helpless, you saved her. This made her even more dependent on you. Not long after you saved her, she was taken away by a supreme martial artist. In this way, the misunderstanding between her and her family was not cleared up before she left. The only good person in her heart was you. After that, she didn't see you for many years. How could she not miss you? When she grows up to 14 or 15 years old, she will have her first awakening of love. In this kind of yearning, she will be able to turn this kind of feeling into an unforgettable love. This is bad. This is really bad. Mo Tianji grabbed his hair and spun it around like a donkey tied to a mill. Chu Yang drew a breath of cold air. Then, his heart bloomed with joy. Mo Tianji was right. If he and Mo Qingwu continued to stay like this, Mo Qingwu would definitely smoothly transition into a sibling relationship. Then, he would be really dumbfounded, but now? Humph. Although he was very reluctant to let her be taken away by a supreme martial artist, it seemed that everything could be done naturally. Mo Tianji's understanding of Mo Qingwu was unparalleled in the world. His grasp of human nature and the evolution of emotions was even more unparalleled in the world. Since he said so, there was definitely such a possibility. Minister Chu was overjoyed. He smiled from ear to ear. But on the surface, he was dumbfounded and asked, No. No way? Brother Mo, this is a little too dangerous for you to listen to. How can a little girl have so many twists and turns? Mo Tianji was furious. He said exasperatedly, Others may not have, but Xiao Wu definitely has. What should we do? Minister Chu said blankly, What should we do? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. You are asking me what to do? What if little sister comes back and grows up to love you? King of Hell Chu, you will die. Mo Tianji clenched his teeth. His usual calmness was nowhere to be seen. He pointed at King of Hell Chu's nose and scolded him. The saliva in his mouth sprayed on King of Hell Chu's face. You're right. Minister Chu was deeply worried. I'm 18 years old this year. I'm afraid that an average person would be that old by now. I can't possibly wait for a little girl for who knows how many years. Otherwise, I would become an old man. Huh. Mo Tianji was startled. He tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. Brother Mo, you were right to remind me. Minister Chu said firmly, I should also think about marriage. What if Xiao Wu is really like what you said? That would be terrible. What? Mo Tianji jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He thought in the blink of an eye. If little sister comes back and finds out that her beloved brother Chu Yang is already married, so many years of waiting will be in vain. Wouldn't she be heartbroken? That little girl is very stubborn. What if, Brother Mo? Chu Yang said in a sorrowful manner, I understand how you feel. I also understand that this matter is very important. So, you don't have to worry. I will solve this personal problem as soon as possible. You are right. Xiao Wu is too young. I can't afford to delay. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. He stared blankly. I said that I didn't do anything during this time, but I did have a lot of beautiful girls in these 3 days. I will try to develop. Chu Yang's eyes revealed the color of peach blossoms. He said in a very conceited manner, Brother Mo, it shouldn't be difficult to find a wife with my current fame and reputation. Find a wife and get married? You dare? Mo Tianji was flustered and exasperated. He jumped up and down. Motherfucker! You want to run away after stirring up trouble? Let me tell you, King of Hell Chu, don't think about getting married before Xiao Wu comes back. You find one, and I will kill one for you. You find two, and I will kill two for you. Can you be reasonable? Minister Chu cried out in grievance. I joked about waiting for your sister earlier. Wasn't I forced by your words? Moreover, you didn't agree. If your sister likes me, you will kill me. But now, you actually want to interfere with my decision to find a wife? You are interfering too much, right? Do you think you are my father? Mo Tianji's face turned red. He fiercely argued, Anyway, you can't. What if my sister really falls in love with you? If you get married, won't my sister be sad? Mo Tianji was already unreasonable. He was pestering endlessly. Chu Yang spread out his hands. I have never seen someone as difficult to please as you. Tell me, what should I do? Let me hear it. You want me to keep my body useful so that I can woo your sister? You dare. Mo Tianji roared. Then, isn't it? Minister Chu spread out his hands. Then, I will quickly find a wife and get married. Is that wrong? You dare. Mo Tianji roared again. Fuck. Minister Chu was angry. What do you want to do? Are you fucking crazy? Mo Tianji was very conflicted. He didn't want to let his sister marry this beast, but he also didn't want his sister to be sad. He knew Mo Qing Wu's temper. If she came back and found out that Chu Yang was married, she would certainly collapse. It wouldn't be strange if something happened to her because of this. Anyway, you are not allowed to woo my sister. Moreover, you are not allowed to get married before my sister comes back. Mo Tianji retorted. Old Hui, you really don't want to serve me. Minister Chu turned around and walked away, cursing along the way. Mother told me not to get married. She told me to wait for a little girl. When she came back, I didn't even want to woo her. Mother told me that I am already 18 years old. I don't know how many more years I will have to wait. It would be useless even if I get married. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped him. He thought for a long time, and finally made a concession. He said in a low voice, Actually, I think that you being my sister's husband is also not bad. These words were said while gritting his teeth. It was clear that he was reluctant to part with his beloved. Moreover, he could go back on his words at any time. I don't care. Chu Yang raised his head. What do you want? Mo Tianji roared. I have already made the biggest concession. You made a concession? Okay, even if I accept it, let me ask you. What if your sister comes back and doesn't fall in love with me? You want me to wait for her? And wait for her? My youth, who will make up for it? I am in the prime of my life. I am a heroic and elegant young man. How many years will there be like this in my life? Emotionji, don't forget. Minister Chu spoke with conviction. You want me to make such a sacrifice without paying a price? Dream on. Happy face, I beg for votes. Chapter 640. Emotionji was tongue-tied. He was speechless. He knew that he was making things difficult for Chu Yang. His little sister's situation was not decided yet. So, it was unreasonable for him to not let him find a wife. But, even though it was not decided yet, he was more than 10% sure that it would develop in that direction. Was it okay for him to not prepare for his little sister? Brother Chu, you have to consider this carefully. After all, you also like Xiao Wu. You don't want Xiao Wu to be sad, right? Emotionji saw that Minister Chu was furious. So, he had no choice but to change his strategy. He tried to reason with him. He changed from being aggressive to trying to persuade him. Brother Emo, I like Xiao Wu very much. But, you should know what kind of like I have. Chu Yang confided in him. Xiao Wu is smart and cute. She is pure and innocent. Who wouldn't like her? But, this is completely different from what you think. Minister Chu clearly felt guilty when he said this. So, he couldn't help but sigh. What he liked and what Emotionji thought were naturally two different things. However, his kind of like was indeed not the kind of like that Emotionji thought in his heart. I know. Emotionji sighed. He continued to argue for his little sister's happiness. Brother Chu, you are only 18 years old. Even if you wait for 5 years, you will only be 20 years old. You can afford to wait. Brother Emo, Chu Yang said in a sorrowful manner, I understand how you feel. I also admit that you're a good elder brother. You've worried so much for your younger sister. You're really meticulous. It is Xiao Wu's greatest fortune to have a brother like you. Emotionji smiled warmly. He was obviously a little dizzy from Chu Yang's praise. She is my little sister. If I don't pamper her, who will pamper her? Chu Yang felt like vomiting in his heart. Then, he continued to say sincerely, Brother Emo, you and I are both men. You should know that we start to fall in love when we are 13 or 14 years old. I am 18 this year. Minister Chu sighed. His voice made people want to cry. If one only listened to his tone, it seemed as if he didn't say 18, but 80. And I, Chu Yang, am still a child. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. It was just that he couldn't stand the sight of such vulgar women. Besides, I'm a man with a heavy heart and a heavy heart. I don't want to be a womanizer. Minister Chu's voice was full of emotion. He was trying his best to express his moral integrity. Even though he was expressing his helplessness, he was clearly hinting, Emotionji, you've chosen me as your brother-in-law. You've found the right person. How could there be a man as outstanding as me in this world? If you don't hold on tight for your sister, then you're really blind. Emotionji grabbed Chu Yang's hand and said, Yes, I believe you. Sigh, that Miss Wu is such a great beauty with peerless talent. She also has deep feelings for you, Brother Chu. Yet, Brother Chu, you are so courteous and not the slightest bit flustered. He's a role model for our generation. Regarding Chu Yang's moral integrity in this aspect, Emotionji was absolutely trustworthy. It was no secret that the information that Emotionji collected about Chu Yang was the most detailed in the entire world. How could he not know that Chu Yang had never been involved in any scandals with any woman until now? As a man in troubled times, and a man with a high position and power, how many women could he not have? It could be said that as long as King of Hell Chu said, I want to marry a wife. Then, the Emperor of Iron Cloud Empire, Tai Tai Butian, could even choose a concubine for him. Emotionji firmly believed in his own speculation. However, King of Hell Chu had kept his chastity. To be able to do this was simply unimaginable. He was a saint. If such a man was unreliable, what other man could be reliable? Thinking of this, Emotionji's desire to hold on to Chu Yang for his sister became more and more urgent. 18. Minister Chu said in frustration, It's time to find one. Don't worry, Brother Chu. There's really no need to worry about this. Emotionji waved his hand. It's better to choose more. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Emo, You and I are both men. You should know. Sometimes it's very uncomfortable to be impulsive. I've already poured cold water on my head dozens of times this year. Yes, yes. Mo Tianji's face darkened and said, it's indeed uncomfortable. Thinking of the time when he was impulsive and did something to his own maid, he could not help but admire Minister Chu's ability to pour cold water on his head. A man who could do this was very rare. And if you really want me to wait for little Wu to grow up, then it'll take at least 4 or 5 years to get married, right? Chu Yang's face was somewhat distorted. Get married. Mo Tianji wanted to curse. My sister will only be 15 years old in 4 or 5 years, and you want to do it? However, thinking that he was the one asking for help, he could only swallow his anger and say with a hollow laugh, Brother Chu's calculation is really good. What will I do in these 4 or 5 years? Won't I suffocate to death? Chu Yang righteously looked at Mo Tianji. Let's not talk about other things. Brother Tianji, can you keep your chastity for 4 or 5 years? Mo Tianji was flabbergasted. Even though I haven't married yet, I already have several concubines. How can I be like you? Keep my chastity for 4 or 5 years. Motherfucker. Wouldn't I be a cuckold then? But my heavenly armament pavilion is still in the period of development. It's surrounded by strong enemies and danger lurks everywhere. The future is uncertain. I really don't have time to think about love. Chu Yang changed the topic. Yes, 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 yes. Mo Tianji hurriedly said, a real man should put his career first. Even though everyone in our heavenly armament pavilion is a peerless genius, we lack a resourceful military advisor. Chu Yang sighed and said, Brother Tianji, I won't say anything else. You want me to keep my chastity until your sister comes back. That's fine, but I have a condition. Chu Yang had finally arrived at his position after circling around. He had finally begun to reveal his true intentions and had started to fight with real swords and spears. Mo Tianji bitterly smiled. Motherfucker, does this little guy want me to sell myself as a slave? You will be the military advisor of my heavenly armament pavilion. We will call each other brothers and create great things together. Chu Yang righteously said, of course, in return, I will try my best to restrain myself and wait for your sister to come back. If Xiao Wu is truly, deeply in love with me, then I will have no choice but to sacrifice myself to fulfill her wish. Minister Chu sighed as he finished speaking. It seemed as if he had made a great sacrifice for the sake of the Chu family. Mo Tianji's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This matter, how did it develop to this point? Not only do I have to sell myself to him, but even my sister has to be given to him. Moreover, the other party is so unwilling. It seems as if he is doing me a great favor. This guy is actually sacrificing himself to help my sister? Even though Mo Tianji was quick-witted and clever, he was still confused by Chu Yang's words. Mo Tianji smacked his lips. Then, he muttered to himself in a somewhat mysterious manner. But, why do I feel that something is wrong when I listen to it? The meaning behind this is truly confusing. Brother Mo, you don't have to be embarrassed. Chu Yang sighed. I know that my heavenly armament pavilion is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like you. Of course, if you have any objections, just pretend that I didn't say anything. He seemed to be relieved. I should quickly find a wife. In fact, now that I think about it, I am ashamed of the lower 3 heavens. Don't. Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped this guy from continuing. He gritted his teeth. Isn't it just being a military advisor? Moreover, it's a great cause for brothers. Mo Tianji, can't ask for anything more. How can I not agree? But I don't want you to force yourself. Chu Yang said hypocritically. I'm not forcing myself. Mo Tianji said angrily. But I don't want you to make a decision against your will. After all, if you are in a bad mood and don't work hard in the heavenly armament pavilion, I might as well cancel this agreement. After all, my youth can't be lost. Minister Chu continued to persuade. He beat around the bush to prevent future troubles. Am I, Mo Tianji, that kind of person? Mo Tianji was furious. But no buts. This matter is settled. Mo Tianji waved his hand domineeringly and made the final decision. But, King of Hell Chu, If you don't wait for my sister, then I am worse than a beast. I will be struck by lightning. I will be pierced by 10,000 arrows. I will not be reincarnated after death. I will fall into hell forever." Chu Yang raised his hand and swore. This oath was earth-shattering. It made the hair of those who heard it stand on end. Moreover, Brother Imo has helped me. How can I take advantage of you and then not acknowledge it? Don't worry. I will try my best to cultivate my relationship with your sister. No matter what the result is at that time, I will accept it. Even if little Wu doesn't like me, I will. Chu Yang said with difficulty. Mo Tianji was greatly moved. Such a vicious oath was enough to show how much Chu Yang valued him. He was willing to make such a big promise and sacrifice for his alliance. Although Mo Tianji was a scheming person, he couldn't help but feel a hot-blooded feeling of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Brother Chu, don't worry. I, Mo Tianji, am not an ungrateful person. Mo Tianji said solemnly. However, he was somewhat worried in his heart. Although Chu Yang had agreed, it was only because of him. It was only a condition of exchange. There was nothing to say about his little sister's side. After all, Chu Yang only had the kind of pure brotherly love for little Wu at present. Mo Qing Wu's change was very easy. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Mo Tianji's yearning for her would turn into undying yearning. However, Chu Yang was an adult. For an adult to have feelings for a little girl, this was very difficult. Putting himself in Chu Yang's shoes, Mo Tianji felt that if he was in Chu Yang's shoes, he would feel very awkward and difficult to accept. Brother Chu, I know, this matter is really difficult for you. Mo Tianji said sincerely and apologetically. To be continued. Chapter 641. You're too kind. Minister Chu was overjoyed, but he smiled faintly and said, Brother Imo, you're too kind? Don't worry, I'll overcome this inner demon. Mo Tianji sighed. From the feelings for his sister to the feelings for his lover, the inner demon was indeed an inner demon. I'm really making things difficult for him. Chu Yang sighed on the outside, but he was proud of himself. Do I have this inner demon? Damn it. If I did, that would be weird. So, this matter is settled? Chu Yang asked. This matter is settled. Mo Tianji said. The two looked at each other, reached out and shook hands. Brother Chu, recruiting me into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is something you've been planning for a long time, right? Mo Tianji smiled. Chu Yang smiled. But it's also consensual, isn't it? Brother Chu is so attentive to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It looks like you're preparing to lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper three heavens? Mo Tianji's eyes were a little confused. Brother Chu's purpose of recruiting me should be because you're worried about Diwu Qingro and the Zhuge clan, right? Mo Tianji pondered. In other words, Brother Chu is preparing to be enemies with Diwu Qingro and the Zhuge clan. Mo Tianji deduced. But now, everything is not clear. You haven't even met the Zhuge clan, but you're sure that you're going to be enemies with them. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. He leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and said softly, Brother Chu, you're the current master of Calamity Sword, right? Chu Yang's face changed. Haha, I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. Mo Tianji spread out his hands and smiled. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mo, when did you start suspecting? Gu Duxing and the others have improved by leaps and bounds since they followed you. That's the first reason. Why would Diwu Qingro give up such a good situation and fight with you? That's the second reason. After Diwu Qingro's army was defeated, I once went to the third heaven, provided by the world-defying stage heavens, to observe the celestial phenomena and observe the destiny of my Mo clan. However, I saw a gorgeous blood-colored destiny rushing up to the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji smiled. Don't forget that I once received the true teachings of World Controller Xiao Fengyun. Thirdly, I've seen Gu Duxing's sword and Dong Wushang's saber. Fourthly, Xiao Wu's injuries suddenly healed. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. Then, his voice became so faint that it couldn't be heard. I'm ignorant and inexperienced. But I know that there's a mysterious existence called Heavy Pill. Fifth, my original plan was to divide the world into 3 parts. But you exterminated the Ming clan first. Then, you exterminated the O clan. Then, you deliberately instigated the internal strife of the AO clan. So, you made everything move in the direction of unification after the Great Chaos. You must know that the Sword Master's duty is to conquer. Emotionji smiled and said, So, Brother Chu, I would have joined the Heavenly Armament Pavilion even if you hadn't used Xiao Wu as a threat. Otherwise, why would I strongly advocate that you should be the leader of the Battle of the Upper 3 Heavens? Don't tell me that I, Emotionji, can't be the leader? Since I can devise a strategy in a tint, can't I decide victory from 1,000 miles away? I know the severity of the matter. So, I've always kept these things in my heart. I didn't tell anyone about them. Emotionji always took the initiative to explain Chu Yang's sensitive doubts. He smiled and said, This may be the only chance for my Mo clan to rush into the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang was speechless. He thought that he had taken advantage of Emotionji, but he didn't know who had fallen into the other's trap. Or, it could be said that both of them had one, because both of them had achieved their goals. Chu Yang had eliminated the biggest obstacle between him and Mo Qingwu. He had eliminated a huge crisis. Moreover, he had cleared the path for him and Mo Qingwu's future. The only thing that made him a little unhappy was that he had such an uncle by his side. He really didn't feel confident. Mo Tianji had also achieved his goals. First, he had made Chu Yang wait for his sister. Second, he had successfully obtained a ticket to enter the upper 3 heavens. Moreover, Chu Yang had forced it on him. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, after Mo Tianji heaved a sigh of relief, he immediately became nervous again, because he knew what kind of path he would embark on in the future and what kind of enemies he would face. Compared to those enemies, the things that he had painstakingly arranged in the upper 3 heavens were like child's play. Compared to those enemies, the enemies he was facing now were no different from babies who were still learning to speak. Seeing Chu Yang frown, Mo Tianji smiled and said, You don't have to worry. I'm a little scheming and I like to play tricks. But there's one thing that I believe you can understand. I never play tricks on my own people. He smiled faintly and said, Of course, I'm not joking. Mo Tianji was right. What Chu Yang was most worried about now was Mo Tianji's scheming. GMO and the others were fine, but Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were not people who liked to joke. They also hated it when others played tricks on them. Hearing Mo Tianji's words, they naturally felt relieved. I want to remind you that this is a path of death. The past sword masters have succeeded, but it doesn't mean that you will succeed. The pressure on this path will be unparalleled. Mo Tianji said softly, So, even if it's our brothers, it's inevitable that some of them will collapse from the pressure. So on this path, it's necessary to joke and relax appropriately. Otherwise, if we continue to fight fiercely, we will explode from the pressure before the enemies are finished. I understand this point. Chu Yang nodded deeply. It was easier said than done. Right now, there was no need to talk about unifying the heavens. Chu Yang and the others were far from being comparable to any of the big clans. Their strength was not even 1,000th of the big clans. The pressure on this path was imaginable. There's no need to think too much. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Mo Tianji said slowly, If you think too much, you'll scare yourself to death. Brother Chu, I'll issue a challenge the day after tomorrow. We'll fight at the Lake of Despair. After issuing the challenge, we should receive a reply within a day. Then, I'll spread the challenge to the world. After that, we should set off. We'll meet before the snowy mountain range. We'll set off for the Lake of Despair together. All the clans in the 3 heavens should participate in this battle. So, this battle is very important. Let's conserve our energy for the next few days. We only have 3 days of free time. If you can increase your strength, you'd better make the most of it. The two of them discussed as they walked out of Mo Qingwu's courtyard. Moreover, I'm not joking with you about my younger sister's matter, Mo Tianji solemnly reminded him. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now, He once again felt the feeling that he had when he was close friends with Mo Tianji in his previous life. That feeling was that Mo Tianji had everything under his control without leaving any room for error. Having someone like Mo Tianji by his side was a fortunate thing, provided by the world-defying stage heavens, but sometimes it was also a sullen thing, because no matter what it was, before you said it, he would already know, understand, and solve it. Talking to this guy was also boring, because if he didn't want you to speak, he would say everything himself, including the questions you wanted to ask, including your confusion, doubts, and so on. When he said a sentence, he would accurately predict what kind of response Jikong would give because of what he said. Then, he would start to explain. In his previous life, Chu Yang had experienced this countless times. He felt that he had chatted with Mo Tianji for an entire afternoon, but after everything was done, he would realize that he hadn't said a single word. It was all someone's one-man show. The second half of today's conversation was basically like this. Chu Yang didn't say a single word. Mo Tianji directly arranged everything and answered all the questions that Chu Yang didn't ask. Chu Yang sat in Mo Tianji's study for a long time before he realized this problem. He couldn't help but spit resentfully, "Fuck. I knew it would be so frustrating when I'm old." And now, a certain little loli, who had made these two amazing talents talk about her, and had almost come to blows, was seriously practicing martial arts somewhere in the upper three heavens. Ning Tianya and Bu Lu Qing took Mo Qing Wu back to the upper three heavens. They were still on the way when the two supreme martial artists had a headache. "Masters, can I go and say goodbye to Brother Chu Yang again?" The little girl's eyes flickered with tears. "I miss him." The two supreme martial artists staggered. "Miss him? How long has it been since they separated? And you want to say goodbye again? If you keep saying goodbye like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the upper three heavens in your lifetime. It's okay if you don't say goodbye. Why don't you bring Brother Chu Yang here?" The little girl's eyes flickered with longing. The two supreme martial artists were speechless. "Yes, why am I so stupid?" The little girl clapped her hands. "Masters, aren't you worried about finding a disciple? Why don't you accept Brother Chu Yang as your disciple? This is a really good idea. Masters, can we do it?" The two supreme martial artists finally collapsed. Anyone would have collapsed after being annoyed for nearly 10,000 miles. "Good disciple. It's not that we don't want to. It's just that your Brother Chu Yang isn't simple." Ning Tianya explained with a bitter face. "We don't dare to be his masters. If we accept him as our disciple, he may be blasted to pieces by heavenly lightning tomorrow. Brother Chu Yang is so powerful?" The little girl was in high spirits. "Well, if I'm not wrong, your Brother Chu Yang will be the most powerful person in the heavens in the future," Bu Lu Qing said. "Wow." The little girl's eyes lit up. "Wow, wow, wow." The little girl exclaimed, "In other words, Brother Chu Yang will be more powerful than the two masters in the future?" The two supreme martial artists rolled their eyes at the same time. "Did we say that? Then, the two masters together can't beat Brother Chu Yang?" Mo Qing Wu was in high spirits. The two supreme martial artists' faces darkened. "Then why should I worship you as my masters? Can't I learn from Brother Chu Yang?" The little girl rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Won't you mislead him?" The little girl suddenly became bitter. "Humph." Ning Tianya and Bu Lu Qing cried without tears. In the entire heavens for 10,000 years, someone had dared to say that the two supreme martial artists would mislead him. It seemed that someone had finally appeared today. Chapter 642. The two supreme martial artists had no choice but to explain the problem of misleading the younger brother first. Cough cough. Your Brother Chu Yang may be very powerful in the future, but he's nothing now. Ning Tianya explained gloomily. It'll take hundreds of years for him to grow up. It's still too early. Mo Qingwu snorted, but her face was still gloomy. Besides, since your Brother Chu Yang will be so powerful in the future, you won't be able to catch up with him if you don't work hard. How can you be worthy of your Brother Chu Yang if you can't catch up with him and can't be as good as him? Bu Lu Qing's words were more important in comparison. Moreover, they were straight to the point. Well, I'll work hard. Bu Luqing looked at Ning Tianya proudly. His meaning was, see, my method is still effective. Back at Ning Tianya's residence, Ning Tianya didn't have time to rest. He started to prepare to teach his disciple. Of course, he didn't want to build a good relationship with her. Little Wu, look at this. Is it fun? Like this, like this? Master, why haven't you started to practice? This thing, doesn't it look good to you? Okay, but this thing can't let me catch up with Brother Chu Yang. The expected scene of the two masters begging the little girl to practice didn't happen at all. Instead, the little girl urged the two masters to start. This good start made the two supreme martial artists very happy. So, Ning Tianya started teaching immediately. 2 days later, the little girl was somewhat thin and tired. Again, 2 days later, the little girl was somewhat powerless. Again, 3 days later, boo-hoo, I miss Brother Chu Yang. The little girl couldn't take it anymore. Ning Tianya felt a big headache. My whole body is sore. The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Ning Tianya looked up and sighed. However, there was one thing that made the two supreme martial artists the happiest. The little girl's aptitude was superb. Her physical strength was good, but her wisdom was incomparable. The little girl could basically memorize some theoretical things, or chant that needed to be recited. Therefore, it could be said that she spent very little time in this aspect. However, the little girl's physical strength couldn't support it. Therefore, the most difficult part became practice. How about I give you a massage every day? There was no other way. Ning Tianya volunteered himself. He was a dignified supreme martial artist. No. The little lowly's eyes were brimming with tears, but she firmly refused. Although you are my master, you are also a man. I won't allow you to touch my body. This is Brother Chu Yang's. Yu Tianya burst into tears. When had a dignified supreme martial artist ever given anyone a massage? Now that he had taken the initiative to bring it up, he was actually embarrassed on the spot. Being snubbed for his warm face, that was the kind of depressing feeling that all his internal organs were burning. I'm already fucking over 10,000 years old. How could I possibly be lustful toward a little girl like you? Bu Luqing had been watching Ning Tianya teach his disciple with cold eyes. His mouth hadn't closed since. His disciple's aptitude had made him smile with satisfaction. His disciple's cuteness had made him smile with doting love. His disciple's intelligence had made him smile with gratification. Of course, his disciple's mischievousness had made him smile with schadenfreude even more. Having been rejected, Ning Tianya went out with a black face. Therefore, on that night, Yi Meili, the chief masseuse of the Yi clan, who was one of the dominant clans of the Chongtian continent, disappeared. The little girl was practicing her martial arts under the frowning gaze of the two masters. Then, she was groaning and lying on the jade essence bed, enjoying the massage under the speechless gaze of the two masters. Today was a day of contentment. Moreover, the most pleasant thing was that Bu Luqing had thought of a way. He had made a few holes in the huge jade essence bed that had been formed for 100,000 years. Then, he had placed purple crystal jade essence pearl, white crystal jade essence pearl, blue crystal jade essence pearl, and deep sea crystal jade essence pearl in the holes. Then, he had used his supreme martial artist cultivation to open up a channel for the circulation of vital energy between these rare treasures, forming an array. As long as this jade essence bed was placed here, the surrounding spiritual energy would be automatically attracted by the array. Then, it would be injected into these rare treasures and become circulating energy. This jade essence bed had become today's spiritual energy supply platform. As long as Emo Qing Wu was lying on top of it, even if she did nothing but sleep, these rare heaven and earth energies would spontaneously gather together and be channeled into Emo Qing Wu's dantian. Then, they would spontaneously circulate through the little lowly's meridians. Moreover, they would tirelessly wash away the impurities in the little girl's body. This kind of cultivation method was simply whimsical. After this method was successful, this jade essence bed was carried out of Ning Tianya's room and placed in the little girl's boudoir. From then on, it became Emo Qing Wu's exclusive use. When it was carried in, the little girl pouted as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. She used clean water to carefully wipe this jade essence bed. Then, she moved her little nose and sniffed left and right. Then, she frowned and reluctantly accepted it. Humph, Master Ning hasn't taken a bath since I came here. Letting me sleep in the bed that he slept in is obviously bullying me. Humph. I'll wash it again. The little girl pouted and felt extremely wronged. She felt that she had been abused. There wasn't even a bed made specially for her. What supreme martial artist? He's so poor. The two supreme martial artists spat out blood on the spot. Poor? Who dares to say that we're poor? Look at this jade essence bed in the entire heavenly layer. Besides me, who else can take out this jade essence bed? Just casually take out a pearl from it, and the entire heavenly layer will be turned upside down. So many top-grade treasures in the world were transformed by the two supreme martial artists. They spent a lot of energy to create the first cultivation aid treasure since ancient times. But it turned out to be trash? Sigh, trash is trash, as long as my precious disciple sleeps on it. The two supreme martial artists were speechless. They could only weep. The following days were even more miserable. The little girl was very focused on her cultivation. She was also very serious and very bitter. Her progress was very fast, because the little girl's heart was filled with energy. I want to quickly become strong. I want to go and protect Brother Chu Yang. I want to learn quickly. Once I learn everything, I can go down and find Brother Chu Yang. With such a mentality, after getting through the discomfort of the first few days, she was naturally diligent to the point that the two supreme martial artists couldn't bear it. However, there was a problem that came out of Chu Paoli. She wanted to listen to stories before sleeping. How could the two supreme martial artists bear to disappoint their precious disciple? So, the two supreme martial artists took turns to tell stories. A long time ago, in ancient times, say, after a few months, the two supreme martial artists' bellies were hollowed out. Facing the little girl's sad eyes every night, the two supreme martial artists wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Did they take in a disciple? And they even invited a granny. What was worse was that Emo Qingwu always shook her head after listening to the stories. It's not as good as Brother Chu Yang's. Then, she would hold her cheeks with both hands and miss. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. The accumulation of this period of time made the two supreme martial artists form a strong resentment or a conditioned reflex. Hearing the name Brother Chu Yang, the two supreme martial artists would start to have a headache. The two supreme martial artists would gnash their teeth in private. The next time I see that little Chu Yang, I swear I won't be human if I don't teach him a lesson. Look at you, bastard. Spoil my disciple so much. Of course, complaints are just complaints. Emo Qingwu's cultivation is progressing step by step. Moreover, it's advancing at a speed of 1,000 miles per day. In the beginning, the two supreme martial artists still had a competitive spirit, but later, it gradually faded. What's the point of competing for a disciple? Maybe one day, the two supreme martial artists couldn't pass the final hurdle. There was only one common disciple in the world. What's the point of competing? Well, looking at this, the little girl's cultivation is much faster than the two of us at that time. After a few years, she may be able to go out to the Jianghu to gain experience. Occasionally, when the two supreme martial artists sat opposite each other and drank, they were also quite depressed. If this trend continues, our disciple will inevitably be taken advantage of by that beast Chu Yang. Thinking of this, the two supreme martial artists wanted to simply go down and castrate that little girl right now. The two supreme martial artists of the upper three heavens didn't care about what was happening outside. They only wanted to teach their disciple. After 3 days of turbulence, the storm finally came to an end. More than a dozen clans started to take action at the same time. They intersected and attacked each other. Later, the loss of the city gate affected the fish in the moat. Those clans who were wise to protect themselves were also implicated. The number of deaths every day exceeded 4 digits. The number of shops closing every day exceeded 3 digits. The number of shops changing hands every day exceeded 3 digits. On the third day, the conflict had escalated. All the major clans had brought out their absolute martial strength and fought with each other. In the end, as long as they saw people wearing different clothes on the streets, they would go up and start a fight. On the third day, the number of casualties exceeded 10,000. Those Jianghu people who walked alone were considered unlucky. If they didn't find a backer, they would be like rats crossing the street. Who cared if they were innocent or not? The Mo clan was the first to raise the banner of seeking justice for the people of Jianghu, protecting the safety of the people of Jianghu. Immediately, those Jianghu people who were frightened and worried about their own safety flooded into the clan. On the fourth day, the situation was even more out of control. Almost all the businesses of the European Union's clans were paralyzed. All their sources of income were cut off. They anxiously vented everywhere. At this time, Mo Tianji sent out a letter of challenge. The tactic was very simple. Fight to determine the winner. Fight to determine the heavens. On the 10th day of the 10th month, do you dare to fight me? Tian Buhui was furious. He replied on the spot, if you want to fight, I will fight. Fight to change the heaven and earth. Fight to determine the heavens. Immediately, Mo Tianlong issued a crusade to the entire Jianghu. With the Mo clan as the leader, the few clans stood at the peak of morality. They looked down from above and ruthlessly killed the clans of the European Union with a sword of justice. At the same time, the Ao clan announced that they would join the battle. They had no choice but to join the battle. After this battle, the winner would probably sweep the entire Jianghu. Their reputation would far surpass that of the Ao clan. If the Ao clan didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to catch up even if they ate shit. On the same day, when it was close to dusk, two pieces of news spread throughout the three heavens. The three heavens, which were already in a mess, were in an uproar again. To be continued. Chapter 643. These two pieces of news came one after the other. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were stunned when they heard the first piece of news. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had joined forces to defeat the two brothers of Ao clan, Ao Qingyun and Ao Fengyun. Ao Qingyun's heart had been pierced by Gu Duxing's sword, and Ao Fengyun had been cleaved into two halves by Dong Wushang's saber. Mo Tianji cried out when he saw this news, "Don't you think that these two brothers are too fierce? How did they kill those two brothers? Those were two great geniuses." Chu Yang spat on the ground and said, "Brother Mo, why do you resent the word genius so much? An individual is a genius in martial arts, but it doesn't mean that he's also an all-around genius who is good at war and outstanding in scheming. Every genius must have another aspect, that is, an idiot." Chu Yang deeply said, "In my opinion, these two geniuses of the Ao clan may be idiots in the brain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so blinded by ambition." Mo Tianji laughed out loud. Then, he frowned. "But killing them at this time isn't a good thing even if they are idiots." Chu Yang snorted. "It's not necessarily a bad thing." The two men looked at each other. Then, they evaluated each other in their hearts. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang were completely different in this matter. Mo Tianji was a roundabout person. "I can't kill him now. It's better to kill him after I've finished using him. Won't I have to vent my anger sooner or later? Don't you know that it's never too late to take revenge? Chu Yang is a hardliner. I'll kill you if you dare to provoke me. It doesn't matter why I killed them. What Gu Duxing and the others did was right. So, what's the big deal about killing them?" Naturally, the two of them didn't understand the reason. It was said that the two great dukes of the Ao clan had arrived at the Gu clan that day. They had sent an invitation and had entered the clan. They had been a little overbearing at first, but they had still been polite. But they had come to the Gu clan to ask for their surrender. Gu Duxing had exploded. "I'm happy. I'm satisfied. My life is at its best. Why are you here to mess things up?" Gu Duxing had sternly refused and drove the two out. The next day, the two elders continued to be relentless. They analyzed the situation, tried to reason with him, and tried to move him with emotion. In short, they said, "Your Gu clan will be finished in this 3-day storm. So, you should take refuge in my Ao clan as soon as possible." Gu Duxing ignored him. These two idiots were simply making people spit out rice. Do you know who this duke is? On the third day, Gu Duxing couldn't take it anymore. That was because Ao Fengyun had mentioned Gu Miaoling during their conversation. He had earnestly said that Gu Miaoling's fate would be like if the Gu clan were to be exterminated. And only Ao clan could provide her with a protective umbrella and so on. But before he could finish, Gu Duxing flew into a rage and rushed out to fight. The two great clans immediately became entangled in a fight. Both sides suffered losses. Although both sides held back and no one lost their lives, there were still many who were injured. This time, the two proud men were furious. Ao clan had dominated the three heavens for 3 days. Had the grassroots ever received such provocation? Then, he cursed loudly and declared that he would exterminate the Gu clan. Gu Duxing couldn't bear it any longer. So, he finally hardened his heart and went out to fight. Coincidentally, Second Master Dong arrived at this time. Dong Wushang rushed over at full speed. He was still a few miles away when he heard the cursing voices of the Ao clan. He was unable to restrain his anger. He dashed over like a meteor and slashed Ao Fengyun into 2 halves with a schwa sound. Ao Fengyun was the one who had been making the most noise. The 2 brothers of the Ao clan were geniuses in martial arts, but geniuses and geniuses were different. Especially, they couldn't be compared with abnormal geniuses like Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. Ao Fengyun had lost his life in this move. Everyone of the Ao clan was furious. They surrounded Dong Wushang one after another. They wanted to dismember this man who had killed their duke into 10,000 pieces. Gu Duxing also rushed out at this time. He took advantage of the fact that all the experts of the Ao clan were besieging Dong Wushang. So, he attacked with his sword. This went even more smoothly. The sword light flashed, and the other Duke Ao Qing Yun's soul also went to hell. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang weren't timid people. So, they launched an all-out counterattack. The 2 brothers, Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor, went on a killing spree in the crowd of the Ao clan. They were shouting and fighting fiercely. Everyone of the Gu clan also rushed out and beat them while they were down. Only 3 high-end Emperor-level experts of the Ao clan managed to escape with their lives. The others were buried in front of the Gu clan's gate. The curtains had already been drawn by the time Dong Wu Lei arrived with his people. It was said that young Master Dong Wu Lei cried on the spot, "My 2 fathers, you killed 2 of the Ao clan's dukes at such a critical moment. Motherfucker, do you want to die faster?" Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang expressed the same opinion regarding Dong Wu Lei's misgivings. Ao clan, what is it? Dong Wu Lei was left speechless in the face of these 2 daring guys. Gu Duxing dispersed the clansmen of the Gu clan on that day in order to avoid the retaliation of the Ao clan. Then, he led the army to merge with Dong Wu Lei and his brothers and set out for the location of the decisive battle. Dong Wu Lei was extremely melancholy on the way. He was constantly sighing. This was the first piece of news. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji heard the second piece of news. Chu Yang went berserk on the spot. Mo Tianji had good self-restraint, but he also slammed the table on the spot. The second piece of news was much more explosive than the first piece of news. The remaining 4 dukes of the Ao clan suddenly merged. They contacted a 1,000-man team and attacked the Xie clan at lightning speed. That was because they had obtained accurate information. Ao Xieyun was in the Xie clan. Everyone would have a chance if they killed Ao Xieyun. Even if the clan blamed them, the dead couldn't come back to life. Therefore, the 4 dukes discussed for a moment and decided to attack the Xie clan. It was said that the battle had shaken the heaven and earth. The Xie clan had been caught off guard. Half of the sky had been burned red. 8 8th-grade Emperor-level experts of the Ao clan had entangled the ancestor of the Xie clan, Xie Zhiqiu. The others had also wantonly destroyed everything. Xie Danqiong had just returned to the clan and had been besieged by 2 Emperor-level experts. He had been seriously injured. Xie Danfeng had also been seriously injured. Rui Butong had also been severely injured. Tan Tan had barely managed to protect everyone as they rushed out. Ao Xieyun had been the main target, but his injuries had become even more serious in order to save Rui Butong's life. Xie Zhiqiu and several Emperor-level experts of the Xie clan had risked their lives to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. They were currently fleeing towards this place, and the army of the Ao clan was relentlessly chasing after them. And The foundation of the Xie clan that had been established for hundreds of years had been destroyed. Chu Yang stood up when the news had reached him. Mo Tianji didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak. He slammed the table and issued an order. All personnel who will participate in the battle, set out immediately. Travel through the night and night. We must succeed in providing support before the AO clan catches up with the Xie clan. All intelligence personnel must ensure the safety of the people of the Xie clan at all costs from now on. Even if they die, they must be protected. Their family members will be compensated 100-fold in case of misfortune. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji impatiently rushed out of the gate of the Mo clan while the invisible falcon flew out. You take everyone and leave quickly. I'll go first. Chu Yang mounted his horse and left behind these words. His last words had echoed from hundreds of feet away. Chu Yang and his horse disappeared into the twilight as soon as he finished speaking. Mo Tianji's complexion was as calm as water. He waved his hand, and the troops continued to move forward. It seemed as if his heart had been set on fire at this moment. It was burning his internal organs and making him feel uncomfortable. This news had thrown Mo Tianji into a panic. There are people in the world who don't care about the overall situation. Mo Tianji finally couldn't help but vent his anger. Is the AO clan more important than the entire Jianghu? These geniuses of the AO clan are extremely disgraceful. Mo Tianji's plan would be in danger of collapsing if the Xie clan suffered too heavy a loss this time. And they would be in danger of losing this battle of 3 days. They had painstakingly schemed against Tianbu Hui's group, but they had made a wedding dress for them. How could Mo Tianji not be angry? This was related to the life and death of more than a dozen great clans. And this included the Mo clan. Clan Lord, this matter. Perhaps we didn't consider it enough. An elder of the Mo clan stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, the AO clan has been standing proudly for 3 days. It has been 1,000 years. For these elders, the AO clan is like a towering tree. They will have hope if they kill AO Xieyun. Then, no matter what happens to the AO clan, as long as they can keep their position, their lives will be saved. They don't think about the overall situation of the world. After all, in their eyes, the battle for the world between the two great groups is just a joke. Moreover, they only need to watch with folded arms. If they can't do it, they can settle down. But the AO clan has already announced their participation in the battle. Mo Tianji said fiercely. Ao Tianxing said this himself this morning. That's why they took the risk, the elder of the Mo clan said. It's still not right. Mo Tianji gritted his teeth. They shouldn't have the guts to attack the Xie clan in 3 days. They don't have the strength to do so. There must be something fishy about this. The Xie clan is stronger than my Mo clan. They aren't any weaker than the Dong clan. They want to attack the Xie clan in 3 days with just a few debauchee geniuses? This is a big joke. Mo Tianji said heavily, this is absolutely impossible. Then, he frowned. The AO clan has announced their participation in the battle. So, they certainly won't have the assistance of the experts of the AO clan. It can only be those 4 men and their entourage of experts. According to reliable sources, each of those 4 men has brought no more than 150 people. So, the total number is at most 100 people. But the information says that there are more than 1,000 people. The information can't be wrong. So, where did the extra 400 people come from? Mo Tianji frowned. He let his horse gallop forward. He was constantly thinking and speculating in the wind. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Could it be that the reinforcements of Tianbu Hui's group have finally arrived? But how did their reinforcements get involved with the AO clan? If it's not them, then who is it? To be continued. Chapter 644. Second young Master Tan had been flushed with success these days. He had said that he would return to the Ji clan after he had parted ways with his brothers in the Xie clan. However, he had actually gone to Huyan Albua's clan. With Ji Zhu in the Ji clan, he was the backbone of the Ji clan. And why would I go back? Second Master Ji wouldn't be able to be free and easy if that bastard Ji Zhu took me as a long-term worker. Therefore, GMO twisted his buttocks and turned around. The road went smoothly after he had turned around. He didn't encounter any obstacles. This is fucking strange. All the people who had tried to intercept him had been on the way back to the G clan. However, the Huyan clan was the opposite of the G clan. In fact, it had nothing to do with the G clan. Therefore, he had left those people behind. He had pounced on empty air. Second Master G rubbed his crotch in high spirits. His eyes were filled with longing as he entered the Huyan clan's territory. It was already late in the evening when the lanterns were lit. Second Master G found a restaurant and went up to eat and drink to his heart's content. He had barely sat down and started to eat when he heard the sound of majestic footsteps coming up the stairs. Then, the door opened, and GMO felt darkness in front of him. He saw a tall and sturdy man standing at the entrance of his private room. He was 8 feet tall. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. He looked majestic and murderous. It could be said that a man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. This was the innate, imposing manner of a hero. It was a mighty and tyrannical aura. GMO exclaimed in admiration. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that this man's chest muscles were too developed. His buttocks were also too perky. He took a closer look and realized that it was his fiancée, Huyan Albua. Albua! GMO shouted. He jumped up like a monkey. He was unable to contain his joy as he said, "Why have you come? You've come to my home. How can I not know?" Huyan Albua walked in with a majestic gait. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a chair. Then, she sat down on it. The chair creaked as she sat on it. She was like a lofty mountain. Ha ha ha. GMO laughed foolishly. He thought, this is too powerful. This is too satisfying. This gives me a sense of security. Albua, I missed you so much. Second Master G threw a coquettish glance at her and asked, did you miss me? Huyan Aobo furrowed her brows as a faint blush slowly rose on her face. She bit her lips and snorted, but did not say anything. Waiter, bring another pair of chopsticks. Oh, I'll go get it myself. GMO rushed out with a whooshing sound. Then, he returned with a whooshing sound. He held a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, Here, Albua, this is our fate. He stretched out his hand, and Huyan Aobo stretched out her hand to receive it. Their arms were almost side by side. One arm was thick and strong, while the other was thin and weak. It was as if an arm and a leg were placed together. GMO's arm. Then, GMO sat down beside Huyan Albua with a drooling face. There was a golden monkey sitting next to a black bear. To think that you still have some conscience. You actually knew to be the first to come and find me. Huyan Aobo said faintly, but there was a trace of satisfaction in her tone. You are my wife. If I don't look for you, who else should I look for? GMO attentively picked up a piece of beef and placed it on Huyan Albua's plate. Humph. After the meal, the two of them talked about everything. Huyan Aobo was also a bold woman. She was not pretentious. GMO was even more casual. While walking, GMO boldly held Huyan Aobo's arm. Huyan Aobo turned her head and looked at him. She said, It's not very elegant. GMO hung on Huyan Aobo's arm. He twisted his neck and said, What's not elegant about it? I'm just taking my wife shopping. The image is reversed. If it's reversed, then it's reversed. What's the matter? Second Master G did not care. Huyan Aobo had some misgivings. She thought for a while and smiled. We live our own lives and reap our own happiness. Why should we care about what other people think? They can look at us however they like. GMO seemed to be out of tune. In fact, he was sacrificing himself and paying the price of being ridiculed by others to dispel the misgivings in his heart. Huyan Aobo sighed. She pulled her hand out and held GMO's arm. They were holding each other's arm. But a man holding a woman's arm and a woman holding a man's arm were two different things. GMO raised his head in surprise. He saw Huyan Aobo's calm, smiling eyes. He couldn't help but feel moved. He smiled knowingly. The two of them swaggered through the city arm in arm. They were calm and composed. And they left behind a flabbergasted gaze. The guards of the Huyan clan also found it funny at first. But they felt that these two people were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. And they took the initiative to become a laughingstock. and the other took the initiative to resolve it. So, they were very harmonious. Both of them were tall and short. They were tall and sturdy, and they were thin and weak. But they were walking in a harmonious and natural manner. They were walking in a harmonious manner. And they were walking in a harmonious manner. But the feeling they gave people was slowly changing from funny to respectful. Would I summon up courage like GMO if I were in GMO's shoes because of the unharmonious pairing between the man and the woman? Would I dare to do so if I were in his shoes? Everyone was asking themselves this question, but there was no answer. However, there was one thing that was certain. You can only let your happiness slip away from you if you don't have such courage. And you can't say that you regret it when you regret it in the future. You don't even have the qualifications to say that you regret it because happiness was in your hands at that time, and you give up on it. Therefore, you don't even have the qualifications to say that you regret it. Love doesn't need a reason, and it doesn't need a sense of inferiority. Don't talk about GMO's era. How many people would dare to do such a thing even in our modern times? I really want to say that you don't deserve to love her when I see some men asking their girlfriends not to wear high heels because they are short and their girlfriends are tall. You don't deserve to love her because your heart is shorter than your body. GMO received a hero's welcome when he arrived at the Huyen clan's courtyard. Huyen clan's clan lord Huyen Tianfeng slapped the table. This GMO is a hero. He deserves to be my son-in-law. Huyen Tianfeng immediately set out to see the man his daughter had fallen in love with, since he had heard that GMO had arrived. Huyen clan's clanlord's eyes became moist when he saw his daughter and GMO walking hand in hand on the street. He was a man. He obviously knew what men cared about the most. With these two people fighting, it was almost as if the one making a fool of himself was a man. But GMO didn't care at all. Huyen Tianfeng felt that he couldn't do it if he had been in GMO's place. It wasn't easy for GMO to do this. This was a man's responsibility. This was a man's style. Huyen Tianfeng knew that his daughter wasn't ugly. She was clever and skillful. She had a big chest. So, it wasn't wrong to say that she was a great woman's husband. But she had a big frame. And she had the appearance of a man. She had high standards. But she didn't meet the standards of men when it came to choosing a spouse. Huyen Aobo was proud and arrogant, but she had already accepted her fate. Otherwise, how could a man like Gao Sheng be worthy of this heroine? Perhaps Gao Sheng hadn't fled the marriage. Instead, Huyen Aobo had expressed her unwillingness. His daughter had met GMO now, so he had put down a big load in his heart. They had already eaten dinner that night, but the Huyen clan still held a big banquet to drink with their future son-in-law. The more Huyen Tianfeng looked at his son-in-law, the more satisfied he was with him. The father's son-in-law and his son-in-law crowded around the table and drank to their heart's content. GMO was somewhat restrained at first, but he drank the wine later on. GMO was thin and weak, but his capacity for liquor wasn't careless. Moreover, this was the first time he had visited the Huyen clan. So, he couldn't show any weakness. So, he drank to his father-in-law's satisfaction. They drank until the middle of the night. Cups and plates were in a mess. Huyen Tianfeng couldn't handle the alcohol. So, he got ready to slip away. GMO got drunk later on. In fact, he drank to his heart's content. He saw that his father-in-law had the intention to act shamelessly. So, he slapped the table, stood up, and shouted valiantly. Then, he pinched his father-in-law's nose and poured the wine down his throat. Everyone was dumbstruck. It seemed as if they had seen a celestial being. The Huyen clan's lord drank the wine down his throat. Then, he turned over and drilled under the adjacent table. GMO's hairy son-in-law also picked up the wine and sang 2 lines of a small song. Then, he gulped it down with a gulp sound. Then, he started to giggle foolishly. He circled the table and finally fell down with a plop sound, and he fell on his father-in-law's body. The next moment, the hairy son-in-law held his father-in-law in his arms. Both of them were snoring loudly. Everyone in the Huyen clan was dumbstruck. Huyen Aobo and her mother hurriedly came out to take a look, and they saw their son-in-law lying under the table with his father-in-law in his arms. There was a satisfied look on his face. The mother and daughter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hastily ordered people to separate the two of them, but both of them were drunk. So, they were hugging each other tightly. So, they had no choice but to lift them up and throw them into the guest room. The next morning, 2 screams were heard from the guest room. These screams almost pierced the blue dome of heaven. Then, the two of them smashed 2 holes in the guest room with a bang and rushed out. Then, the Huyin clan's lord covered his face and ran away in shame. His illustrious reputation had gone down the drain. Only the second Master Ji was left standing in the courtyard foolishly. He held his head in his hands and tried his best to recall what had happened last night. Second Master Ji had become famous in his father-in-law's family since then. In fact, the old ancestor of the Huyin clan had deliberately ended his closed-door training and had come out to take a look at this hairy son-in-law who had hugged his father-in-law to sleep through the night. This is a freak who has seized the good fortune of the world. Madame Huyin saw her son-in-law the next day. She saw him looking for his father-in-law everywhere, and he found him in the inner hall. The Huyin clan's lord had been hiding in the madame's room, and this guy had found him red-handed. Father-in-law, you didn't do anything to me last night, right? Jimo's face was sullen. He was very nervous. He wanted to get to the bottom of this and wanted to find out the truth. Get lost. The Huyin clan's lord roared in anger. Then, he ferociously kicked Jimo. Madame Huyin hadn't seen her son-in-law's appearance clearly, but this guy had already let out a strange cry and had been kicked away by her husband, and he had turned into a meteor. To be continued. Chapter 645. Gmo stayed in the Huyin Han clan. Naturally, this guy wanted to offer his virginity as soon as possible. But how could this be possible? The Huyin clan was also a big clan. He hadn't even gotten married yet. But he wanted to abduct the little watermark of departure into his bed? What a scandal. Huyin Albois also guarded the last hurdle. She wouldn't let this guy break through. Gmo had tried many times. He had done everything except for the last hurdle. But the last hurdle was as impregnable as iron. Later, Second Master Ji hardened his heart. Damn it! How can I succeed if I don't pay a price? Therefore, he raised his head and drank the bottle of Lust Dragon's blood that he had asked for from Chu Yang before he left. Then, he circulated his martial power until his blood vessels expanded. His whole body became hot. Then, he ran to look for Huyin Albois. Albois, it's not good. I took an aphrodisiac, Gmo said in a panic. You took an aphrodisiac in my house? Huyin Albois looked at him strangely. How could she not know what this guy was thinking? Yes, and it's the most serious type of Lust Dragon's blood. Albois, save me. Second Master Ji cried out. His face had turned red. Guards! Huyin Albois shouted. A few guards came over. Take Second Master Ji to the guest room. No one is allowed to go in or out without my permission. Huyin Albois' face was red. She leaned close to Gmo's ear. You took an aphrodisiac? Lust Dragon's blood? Fine. Stay in the guest room. Gmo's hands and feet suddenly became ice cold. No. Albois, my dear. Oh my God. You can't be, right? Woo. Gmo cried. Second Master Ji looked at Huyin Albois leaving angrily. He wanted to commit suicide. Gmo shouldn't have said that this was Lust Dragon's blood. Even if he had said that it was an ordinary aphrodisiac, it would have succeeded. But Huyin Albois knew that Lust Dragon's blood wasn't an aphrodisiac. It only had an aphrodisiac effect for men. Although it could make the watermark of departure uncontrollable, it was beneficial and harmless. It would be better to let this guy hold it in for a few days. Gmo tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He was locked up in a small, dark room. He was locked up for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Second Master Ji was finally done. He was out. However, she discovered that she had become extremely sensitive. Whenever she saw a piece of pink clothing, she would immediately stand up. And this weirdo had finally become a celebrity of the Huyin clan. He had taken an aphrodisiac in order to take advantage of her. When this news spread out from the mouths of those guards, Second Master G's name instantly spread far and wide. Of course, the most praiseworthy thing was that he had a thick face that could not be broken by an army of 1,000,000. If it was someone else, they would have been too ashamed to show their face. However, this guy was completely shameless. When someone else mentioned it, he was the first to be happy. Moreover, he was proud of it. The Huyan clan's patriarch sighed incessantly. I finally see it clearly. This son-in-law of mine isn't a man who can take responsibility. He's purely a super shameless person. On this evening, GMO was sitting together with Huyan Albua and talking when suddenly, a piece of news came. The clan lord said, "This news must be shown to the son-in-law as soon as possible." The guard held the report and stammered. What news? GMO received it with great interest. He only took a glance at it. GMO suddenly exploded with rage. Bastard! Bastard AO clan! I will swallow you all alive if my brother suffers even the slightest mishap. Then, Second Master G crazily rushed out. Huyan Albua panted as she chased after him. But Second Master G had already rushed out on a horse like a whirlwind. His eyes were red. His legs were fiercely clamping the horse's abdomen. He brandished the horsewhip and rushed out without stopping. Hey, wait for me! Huyan Albua shouted. What are you waiting for? Don't meddle in the affairs of men. Jimo's voice came. A man and a horse rushed out like lightning and disappeared into the curtain of the night. The sound of horses' hooves rolled away like muffled thunder. What happened? Huyan Albua grabbed the guard and asked. The 4 elders of the AO clan launched a surprise attack on the Xie clan. The Xie clan suffered heavy casualties. The main figures fled for their lives, including the son-in-law's brother. The guard replied while trembling with fear. Huyan Albua cried out in alarm. She turned around and went to the Huyan clan's hall. I want to go. Huyan Albua bluntly said to her father. Has he already left? Huyan Tianfeng asked. Yes. He's worthy of being called a hot-blooded man. He can immediately abandon his tender home and throw himself into the danger of his brother, without the slightest hesitation. Huyan Tianfeng muttered to himself. Then, he said, You're not the only one who wants to go. Our Huyan clan also wants to go. He resolutely ordered. Our Huyan clan can't stay out of this chaos in the Jianghu. All the personnel are ready. So, we'll set out ahead of time since the outbreak has occurred ahead of time. GMO is standing on that side. We'll stand on that side. Set out. Several hundred people of the Huyan clan rushed out of the Huyan clan's residence under the leadership of the father and daughter after a short while. They then disappeared into the curtain of night. Madame Huyan knelt down in front of the Buddha statue in the manor. She then piously kowtowed. May the heaven bless my husband and daughter. May they return safely. Smoke rose in spirals. Chu Yang galloped like an arrow from a bow. His black clothes and black robe fluttered in the night wind and issued bang, 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 bang sounds. His eyes were as sharp as swords. They were emitting a ruthless divine light. He tightly pursed his lips and suppressed the emotions in his chest. It seemed as if they were about to explode. However, the corners of his lips were slightly bent, and a trace of heart-palpitating cruelty could be seen in them. The tribulation sword in Chu Yang's dantian seemed to have been infected by the murderous aura in his heart. It had unconsciously gathered together in his dantian and issued a clanging sword cry. Then, an invisible sword energy emitted from Chu Yang's body. Even Chu Yang himself hadn't noticed that the clouds in the sky had been smashed to pieces by the sword energy. Chu Yang and his horse had turned into a black lightning in the dim light of the night. Like a hurricane. Brother, I'm coming. If you guys are hurt in the slightest, I, Chu Yang, will slaughter for 3 days. Dozens of miles behind him, Mo Tianji's elegant and calm face was solemn. He just kept on giving orders, quick, a little faster. Throw away everything that hinders our speed. Right now, we only need speed. The large group of people and horses moved forward quickly in silence. The sound of horse hooves was like a landslide and a tsunami. They trampled on the darkness of the night. Jimo's body was crouched on the horse, and he rushed forward. The night wind fiercely hit his face, but his eyes were wide open, and he didn't even blink. The anger in his whole body was rising. With every passing moment, his anger increased by a little bit. Right now, he felt as if there was boiling lava in his heart. He was anxious. My brothers, are you okay? You have to hold on. You have to hold on. GMO, am coming. Quick, quick, quick. On the main road, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing left the group like meteors. They anxiously rode forward like a hurricane. Their eyes were bloodshot. The tyrannical, murderous aura from their bodies had almost condensed into substance. The fury of the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor had filled the entire world. All the passers-by who were carrying sabers and swords along the way found that the sabers and swords on their waists had automatically left their sheaths after these two men had passed by at a high speed. Cold light flashed. The troops of the Gu clan and the Dong clan were far behind them. They had doubled their speed under the urging of Dong Wulei. They had rushed forward without any hesitation. The two men and two horses were like tornadoes. They were roaring all the way as they rushed to the horizon. The complexions of these two men were like iron. They had the same hope in their hearts. Brother, you have to hold on. We're coming. The matter of the surprise attack on the Xie clan was being discussed in a restaurant in a small town. Everyone was talking about this sudden and violent news with great relish. The complexion of a youth whose entire body was covered with injuries suddenly changed after he heard this. He stood up with a schwa sound and threw down a piece of silver. Then, he rushed down the restaurant like a gust of wind. He waved his hand and knocked down a middle-aged man from his horse's back. Then, he turned over and mounted his horse. He threw down a piece of gold without turning his head. Then, he clamped his legs and rushed out. That middle-aged man fell behind him, and his face was covered with dirt. He started to curse loudly. However, that youth turned a deaf ear to him. He had already gone far away. This youth was Luo Ku-di. Second young master Luo's luck wasn't good. He had been attacked twice in a row. He had been seriously injured each time. But he had been lucky enough to escape. He had already consumed the incomplete version of the heavy pill after his first encounter with the ambush. So, he had no choice but to endure the second attack. He had been hiding here to heal his injuries. So, he hadn't fully recovered yet. When he heard this news, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. He didn't even think about it before rushing out. My brother has been attacked. I want to go. Luo Ku-di's body was riddled with scars. There were still countless wounds that hadn't healed. Blood was constantly seeping out. However, he didn't even blink. He didn't feel any pain at the moment. This second young master Luo had always been laughing and cursing. However, even when he had been attacked and his life was in danger, he had still been laughing and cursing. Even when facing a strong enemy, he had still been able to talk and laugh freely. However, his complexion had become unprecedentedly serious at this moment. And urgency. Brother, nothing must happen to him. Absolutely, absolutely. In another direction, Luo Kuwu was leading the army. He suddenly crushed the information in his hand. Then, he gave a thunderous order: cancel the camping plan. Advance at full speed. The Luo clan had moved. In another direction, the young clan lord of the Ji clan, Jiju, had suddenly rushed out of his comfortable carriage after he had received the news. He kicked the carriage away from the troops, and the road became empty. Then, he quickly mounted his horse and roared, "Advance at full speed." This Grand Duke Ji had always been someone who would never stand if he could sit. He would never stand if he could lie down. However, this was the first time in his life that he had made such a move. In a certain place, Jun Lulu had finished reading the information in her hand. She sighed in a low voice. "Big sister, and little you haven't gone into closed-door training yet. But it seems that the dark bamboo has made a move." She was about to give an order when she suddenly saw a person's shadow flash. It was a green shadow. It was Dukyu. She hadn't seen him for many days. "How did you come out?" Jun Lulu asked in a pleasantly surprised manner. Chapter 646. Tribulation Sword Master? Tribulation Sword Master has already appeared? Jun Lu suddenly stood up. She knew nothing about Chu Yang. She had never heard of the identity of Tribulation Sword Master. Duke Yu's eyes flashed. He said gently, Lu, there are some things that you better not know. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked out of the window. Things like Tribulation Sword Master must not get involved. This is a great tribulation that occurs once every 10,000 years. If you get involved, you won't rest until you die. Jun Lu nodded as if she understood something. Duke Yu sighed softly. His eyes became clear and indifferent as if he had seen through the world. Then, he sucked the falling clouds outside the window into his palm. Tribulation Sword Master has unified the world for generations. Are you so sure? That pair of eyes in the underworld. You dominate everything and turn the world upside down. But have you seen me, Duke Yu? Little Duke Yu. Jun Lu looked at him worriedly. She suddenly felt that Duke Yu was very strange today. Whether it was the way he spoke or his expression, they were all very different from usual. I'm fine. Duke Yu smiled faintly. He walked slowly to the window and looked at the white clouds in the sky. His eyes were deep. The sword energy soared into the sky and stirred up the sky. But it allowed me to overcome the bottleneck that I had been stuck in for decades. I had an epiphany, and my illness was cured. What do you want to do? Do you want me to assist Tribulation Sword Master? Duke Yu muttered to himself as a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A strand of black hair fell down from his forehead and fell on his face that was as smooth as jade. Because of this strand of hair that fell down, this green-robed young man suddenly had a languid and elegant scholarly aura. But how can I, Duke Yu, be someone who listens to other people's orders? Duke Yu snorted. If he can't get my approval with his own ability, even if he is Tribulation Sword Master, what can he do? After thinking for a while, he said slowly, order the dark bamboo of the three heavens to pay attention to the war. If we can avoid participating in this chaos, then we should avoid it. All right. Jun Lu agreed. The aristocratic families of the three heavens are already in chaos. If even the underworld is in chaos, then the three heavens will truly be finished. Duke Yu said calmly, your elder sister may come out of her seclusion in a day or two. It's best if she stays at the headquarters. Duke Yu was a little worried. Upper three heavens is so chaotic, it is impossible for upper three heavens to not interfere. Bamboo, and I have to take care of both sides. All right. I'll go and see what's going on. Duke Yu thought about it for a while, but he still couldn't make up his mind. So, he said worriedly, Master of Tribulation Sword, if we reveal this to the world, we will be exposed too early. Why is that? Duke Yu took the report from Jun Lu's hand and glanced at it. Then, he waved his sleeve and disappeared without a trace with a flash of green shadow. Jun Lu forced a smile and said in her heart, you strictly ordered the dark bamboo not to participate. But you yourself can't wait to jump in. Isn't this self-contradictory? The night was as dark as ink, but it was emitting killing intent and blood. Ao Xieyun was covered in blood. There were serious injuries on his chest and back. His legs were dripping with blood. His shoulder had been shattered, and his right leg had been broken. It was hanging limply. His whole body was tied to Rue Butong's back, and he barely didn't fall down. He had almost exhausted all of his willpower to prevent himself from fainting. Put me down. Throw me away. Ao Xieyun couldn't help but shout and plead. He said hurriedly, they only want to kill me. Put me down, bastard. Put me down and leave quickly. Shut up. Rue Butong shouted angrily without turning his head. He followed behind Tantan and ran quickly. I beg you to put me down. If you don't put me down, we will all die. Ao Xieyun pleaded. Leave your lives and avenge me in the future, okay? I beg you. Grandpa. Big brother. Throw me away. Throw me away. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will strip you naked. Rue Butong's face was ashen. His body was full of injuries, and they looked far more serious than Ao Xieyun's. However, he was still able to jump freely and run like the wind. Brother Rue, Ao Xieyun's voice became serious. Brother Rue, I, Ao Xieyun, have no regrets to make a friend like you in this life. But the situation is like this. If you don't drag me down, all of our people in front of you will die. Why do you have to let so many good brothers die for me? Put me down. If it weren't for the fact that he was tied to Rue Butong's body and had no strength to struggle at all, Ao Xieyun would have already struggled on his own. He didn't want to implicate Rue Butong and the others. Rue Butong ran silently. After a long time, he said in a low voice, Big Brother said that when we are alive together, we must live proudly together. If any of us is going to die, and we can't save him, we must also let him die with pride. He said solemnly, and everything that we brothers have done is his pride. Ao Xieyun, if you really can't avoid death at the last moment today, I hope that you can step onto the road to the netherworld proudly for our sake. Even if you become a ghost, you must be proud to the end, because we have done our best for you. Even if you are going to die, don't let down our efforts for you at this moment. Rue Butong finished his words in silence. Without another word, he continued to run. Ao Xieyun was suddenly stunned. He didn't say a word. After a long time, 2 drops of tears fell from his eyes. However, he bit his lips tightly. He only felt his emotions fluctuating. He had originally thought that as long as he let go of himself and sacrificed himself, he would be able to save them. But at this moment, Ao Xieyun felt that when facing such a man and such brothers, his request was tantamount to insulting them. Good brothers, even if I die now. A satisfied and proud smile appeared on Ao Xieyun's face. I will definitely be proud. Really. His heart suddenly became boiling hot, and a strange yet soul-warming feeling rose in his heart at this moment. Such brothers are true brothers. If I, Ao Xieyun, don't die today, I will certainly give up my life and soul to integrate into such brothers, because this is a man's most precious wealth regardless of life or death. It is also a man's greatest pride. Ao Xieyun didn't speak. Instead, he operated his primary power with all his might, striving to recover some of his strength. You can make me proud even if I die. Can I, Ao Xieyun, make you proud for me? At the same time, he also felt a little strange in his heart. He recalled the battle situation at that time. At that time, Rue Butong had fought 2 emperor-level experts alone. He had already been seriously injured. Ao Xieyun had even heard the sound of Rue Butong's ribs breaking. Moreover, the other party had attacked him with their sabers and swords. He was about to lose his life at the other party's hands. Ao Xieyun rushed forward with all his might and knocked him away. However, he himself was seriously injured. Then, Rue Butong rushed back with all his might and once again used his body to take the fatal blow. He grabbed Ao Xieyun and flew out. He just happened to catch up with the team that was breaking out of the encirclement. Ao Xieyun was fiercely pushed by Ao Xieyun, and he finally caught up with the team. Normally, Rue Butong's injuries should be much more serious than his own. However, he was lying on Rue Butong's back at the moment. He couldn't move at all. He was almost on the verge of death. But Rue Butong could still carry me and flee for thousands of miles. What's going on? Tan Tan was carrying Xie Danfeng on his back. He was rolling forward like a gust of wind. He was now at the forefront of the fleeing team. He was leading the direction of their escape. Tan Tan's complexion was unprecedentedly cold. A faint trace of extreme madness was brewing in his pupils. The old ancestor of the Xie clan, Xie Zhiqiu, was behind Tan Tan. His entire body was bathed in blood. His snow-white beard was still dripping with blood. He was carrying Xie Danxiong on his back. Both of them clenched their teeth. They didn't say a word. They only rushed forward. Rush. They rushed to wherever they went. Xie Danfeng was already unconscious. Xie Danxiong's face was also like gold paper. His whole body was covered with injuries, and his breathing was weak. Everyone was battered and exhausted. Tan Tan and Rue Butong were regretting in their hearts. Chu Yang's divine healing medicine was effective for almost everyone. However, it wasn't effective for Tan Tan and Rue Butong. Therefore, Both of them had boldly declined when Chu Yong had distributed the incomplete version of the heavy pill. Both of them wanted to ruthlessly slap their own faces now that they thought about it. I can't use it, but someone else can, right? They needed it the most at this time, but they couldn't take it out. The Xie clan had suddenly been attacked. 700 to 800 people had broken out of the encirclement at that time. However, less than 200 people had remained on the run until now. The pursuers had continuously shot concealed weapons during their escape. The night had been hazy. Some of the people who had fallen at the rear of the team had continuously issued blood-curdling screams. They had then fallen down and hadn't been able to crawl up again. The people in the front had felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. They had bitten their lips until they bled. But they hadn't dared to turn back. That's because they would be completely wiped out if they turned back. No one had expected that the enemy's attack this time would be so powerful. They hadn't even used any tricks. They had directly rushed in. They had used their tyrannical martial strength to defeat everyone. They had been routed as soon as they had come into contact with the enemy. Xie Zhiqiu, who was a first-grade monarch-level expert, had fought 3 8th-grade emperor-level experts alone at first, and he had gained the upper hand. However, a mysterious black-clothed and masked man had appeared, and he had announced the destruction of the Xie clan with just one palm. Xie Zhiqiu, who was a first-grade monarch-level expert, had spouted blood and retreated with that one palm. Xie Zhiqiu had been in the Jianghu for many years, so he had immediately realized that he couldn't do anything. Therefore, he had made a prompt decision to break out of the encirclement. And these people had finally escaped. Not even one of them would have been able to escape if they had been a moment late. And they would have waited for the enemy to seize the absolute advantage and form an encirclement. The pressure behind them was still faintly spreading like maggots in the tarsal bone. The distance between them and the enemy was like a dog's fangs. They were only a few miles apart at most. Perhaps the enemy's experts could have caught up with them in such a short distance. However, the enemy was chasing after them at a neither fast nor slow pace. It was clear that they wanted to wait until they were exhausted. Then, they would come and take advantage of them. Perhaps they are using us as bait to lure Chu Yong and the others to come and support us. So, they can catch us all in one fell swoop? But where did the 4 experts of the AO clan get such formidable strength? Perhaps all the experts of the AO clan have turned out in full strength to create such a result. I'm extremely embarrassed. This is the first update of the day. I said that I'm not asking for monthly votes, but I still read between the lines that I'm asking for recommendation votes. Everyone has discerning eyes. So, who can't see it? But I was burning with impatience when I saw the monthly votes falling straight down from the sky. I wish that I could use all the treatment methods at once in order to relax my body. After all, yesterday was the last day of the double. So, I wanted to work hard. I thought that I would be very relaxed after I'm done. Then, I would come back and issue a declaration of explosiveness. I would first ask for monthly votes. Then, I would work overtime to write my explosiveness. It's a beautiful dream, but the reality is very cruel. It's the complete opposite. I tried my best to ask the nurse to strengthen me yesterday, but I discovered that my entire body was paralyzed. It seemed as if my waist and crotch had been dislocated. I couldn't even sit for 5 minutes. I was so depressed that I wanted to die. I overreached myself. I was even scolded by the doctor in charge. The doctor said that in a situation like yours, you should be able to recover after a long period of time if you slowly recuperate. But strengthening the stimulation like this is pure nonsense. You're lucky that your nervous system wasn't paralyzed for a few days. I was sweating at that time. It's better to be honest for a while. When I went online today, I thought that I would receive a lot of complaints and curses. But, unexpectedly, I received a lot of understanding and tolerance. My eyes immediately became moist. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't explode during this period of time. So, I'll try my best to grasp the quality. I'll try my best. I won't let everyone feel that you've lost money by subscribing. Perhaps this is the only way I can repay you before I reply. I'm very sorry. Thank you again. I won't open a single chapter. I'll just write it here. Because there will be a lot of pirated chapters that won't be forwarded. Many people who don't understand and don't know will come to the original version to abuse me. That's the most disgusting thing that I don't want to see. So, I'll explain it here. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 647. Which way are we going? Xie followed behind Tan Tan and asked while panting. Tan Tan stretched his neck and swallowed the core of a fifth-grade spirit beast that he had just stuffed into his mouth. Then, he said without turning his head, "Just follow me. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Let's rush into the forest in front of us at full speed." Tan Tan felt that the inner core of the spirit beast that he had swallowed had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the strange mark on his forehead fiercely brightened. It seemed as if a flame had suddenly flashed in the deep prairie of a dark night. Xie had no choice but to ask because he had discovered that Tan Tan had deviated from the original escape route. He had started to run in the direction of the Zhonglan battlefront. Rush into the forest? What's the use of rushing into the forest? Xie muttered, but he didn't say anything else. So, he only rushed after Tan Tan with a belly full of anger. No one would feel comfortable in their heart if they were reprimanded by their great-granddaughter's son-in-law. Moreover, Tan Tan's entire body had overflowed with the imposing aura of a king when he had spoken. So, Xie didn't have the strength to refute him. In fact, he couldn't help but feel timid in his heart. There had been nearly 700 people of the Ao clan chasing after them, but there were only 400 people left now. However, there were more than 300 black-clothed people in the team. Everyone was wearing black clothes and had their faces covered. "Senior Zhuge, why don't we rush to kill them in a spurt of energy?" Ao Lang Yun knitted his brows and asked a black-clothed man beside him. "A long delay may lead to many dreams. It would be very bad if their reinforcements arrive." "The one you want to kill is Ao Xieyun, and we're waiting for their reinforcements," that Senior Zhuge said in a deep voice. Then, his eyes flashed. "You juniors won't be forgiven if you delay our plan this time." Ao Lang Yun's complexion changed. He could only agree. Even he didn't understand why such a big helper had suddenly fallen from the sky. So many experts of the Zhuge clan of the upper three heavens had inexplicably appeared. Moreover, they had looked for him at first. Moreover, they had single-handedly planned an attack on the Xie clan. He didn't understand it, but it was exactly what he had hoped for. The four leaders of the Zhuge clan were looking at each other at this moment. They were discussing. "Did you find anything?" "I didn't find anything." "I didn't find anything either. This is really strange." The display of the spirit slaughtering blade should be in the Xie family, but they still haven't found anything after chasing these people away for so long? The leader had a deep look in his eyes. Wait, reinforcements. Could it be that someone put something there? He's not here? That's the only way. Everyone chased in silence. That old bastard from the sacred clan wouldn't be lying to us, right? Another black-robed man said in a low voice. No, that kind of torture is something that even a Jizuan wouldn't be able to endure. However, it should be true that he doesn't know the specifics. The leader of the black-clothed men said in a heavy voice, "Judging from the situation of the past 3 days, the mysterious awakener should be no more than these few people. The first one is that king of Hell Chu. The second one is probably Gu Du Xing, Dong Wushang, Rui Butong, GMO, and Luo Ku Di. Only a few of them managed to improve tremendously during this period of time. Yes, Big Brother is right. I think that Rui Butong is the most suspicious. With his injuries, even if he is a monarch-level expert, he shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Yet, he is still alive and kicking. Let's wait. It's best to gather these people together and catch them all in one go. That way, we will definitely be able to find him. If we kill these people and there's no one, the others will definitely run away. Then, it won't be easy to find him." Yes, the great tribulation of the 9 heavens. In addition to this awakener, there's also the tribulation swordmaster. This is a headache. Fortunately, I was able to get the news before this awakener awakened. Otherwise, the upper three heavens would have been done for if he had fully awakened. One is the master of Calamity Sword, and the other is the Devil King. Big Brother is right. Big Brother, aren't the elders in the clan searching for the Tribulation Sword Master? Is there any news now? The mysteries of the heavens are vague and difficult to detect. Especially during this period of time, the mysteries of the heavens are in chaos. There's even less evidence. The leader of the black-clothed men said, however, if we can control this awakener, then finding the Tribulation Sword Master won't be a problem.
Yes.
Everyone's footsteps didn't stop. They discussed for a while and dispersed. Your AO clan can go ahead and kill a few people, but be careful not to kill all of them. The leader of the black-clothed men looked at AO Lang Yun and said, there are too many people now. It's not good to always be in a mess. Let's go and kill some of them first. AO Lang Yun's spirit shook as he said, all right. Then, he turned around and issued an order. The experts of the AO clan rushed out from the crowd and rushed to the front. They chased after the fleeing troops of the Xie clan like a gust of wind. The 4 8th-grade Emperor-level experts took the lead. Pay attention to the detection of the awakeners on the battlefield. Several people of the Zhuge clan made eye contact with each other. A strange and evil knife appeared in their hands at the same time. It was only the length of a finger. However, the entire body of the knife light was flowing like a liquid, slaughtering spirit blade. This was a tool specially used to detect the Divine Clan. The Zhuge clan had spent a great deal of effort to research and manufacture this tool to deal with the 3 stars Divine Clan. Kill. AO clan's Emperor-level expert Kai Xiaocheng roared. He took a few big steps in the air and landed in the middle of the fleeing crowd of the Xie clan. His left hand held the sword in his right hand, and he attacked with all his strength. Where do you think you're going? Li Changlong's blue robe fluttered in the wind. He overtook Tan Tan, who was at the front of the group by 200 feet, and blocked the road. 2 whooshing sounds were heard. The other 2 8th-grade Emperor-level experts also flew down and stood side by side with Li Changlong. Tan Tan and Xie Zhiqiu stopped at the same time. Xie Zhiqiu stopped for a moment. Then, he flew up and pounced forward. I must open a bloody path as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Xie clan will be done for if the road ahead gets blocked. Tan Tan's strange face twisted. He turned his head and swallowed 2 spirit beast cores. Then, he rushed forward. Li Changlong laughed out loud and came forward to greet him. Meanwhile, Xie Zhiqiu and the other 2 Emperor-level experts were fighting in an earth-shattering manner. Dust and smoke were flying in the air. When they were less than 100 feet away from the forest, they were stopped here. Xie Danfeng was seriously injured. She had been lying on Tan Tan's back. Tan Tan was running away. He was using one of his hands to heal her injuries. She felt a bit better now. Tan Tan was fighting fiercely at this moment. His body was constantly changing positions. The range of his movements was too big. So, she finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a blue-robed old man fighting with Tan Tan in front of her. Tan Tan was at an absolute disadvantage at this moment. So, she couldn't help but be shocked. Tan Tan had been running away for a long time. Moreover, he was seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Li Changlong was an 8th-grade Emperor-level expert. So, he was much stronger than Tan Tan. So, he had completely suppressed Tan Tan. Tan Tan would have been in danger if it weren't for the Zhuge clan's strict order not to kill the main characters of this team. Puff. Tan Tan's chest was fiercely hit by a palm strike. He spouted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Li Changlong's eyes flashed with a cruel light. However, he didn't relax. Tan Tan looked as if he was about to fall to the ground. But he fiercely tilted his body at the last moment and landed heavily on the ground. His face was dripping with blood. However, Xie Danfeng was safe and sound on his back. Xie Danfeng suddenly felt grief in her heart. She shouted, "Put me down! Put me down!" Tan Tan spat out the soil in his mouth. Then, he turned over and jumped up. He ignored Xie Danfeng's pleading. He faced Li Changlong and brazenly attacked. Bang! 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 Both of them exchanged 3 moves in a row. Then, Tantan was sent flying again. However, he couldn't turn over completely this time. He only turned his body sideways and fiercely crashed into a big tree. Tantan's left arm and 3 ribs on his left chest were broken at the same time with a few cracking sounds. However, he firmly held his body. He didn't allow Xie Danfeng to receive the slightest impact or injury on his back. Xie Danfeng burst into tears and burst into tears. "Don't cry." Tantan spoke in a rare serious and deep voice. "I'm a man. If I can't even protect my own woman, or if I can't protect her, then what kind of man am I? I'm going to die today. It's my responsibility as your man. Why are you crying?" Tantan shouted in a stern voice. Xie Danfeng didn't dare to cry out loud again, but more tears flowed down her cheeks. "What a good man. I'd like to see how you act like a man." Li Changlong sneered and shot his palm. This emperor-level expert had been framed as a sex fiend by Chu Yang. His heart throbbed for no reason when he saw this scene. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. His palm was aimed at Tantan's right shoulder. Tantan's right shoulder would have been shattered by the wind of his palm. Moreover, it would have also sent Xie Danfeng flying. Li Changlong couldn't bear to see lovers ever since his mentality had changed. "You're in love with each other? See how I break up a pair of lovebirds. I don't believe that a man can choose love when he's faced with certain death." Humph! A strong wind whooshed as he shot his palm. Tantan couldn't avoid it. "Don't hurt my man!" Xie Danfeng crazily screamed. She was dripping with tears. She suddenly broke free from Tantan's back and used her head to fiercely collide with Li Changlong's right palm. Li Changlong was gobsmacked. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. It seemed as if some part of his heart had been touched at this moment. So, his palm couldn't help but slow down. Tantan screamed miserably. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he used his broken left shoulder to fiercely hit the tree. His body twisted, and one could even hear the cracking sounds of his broken ribs breaking into several pieces. However, he didn't have the time to delay. He pushed Xie Danfeng away and used his chest to fiercely meet Li Changlong's right palm. Puff! Tantan's body was thrown up like an embroidered ball. He landed on the ground and barely used his remaining strength to turn over. However, he still used his body as a cushion on the ground. Xie Danfeng's body fell down and fell on Tantan's body. Another rib broke with a crack sound. Tantan's eyes emitted a crazy and affectionate ray of light. He whispered, "Go, go quickly." Then, he fiercely pushed Xie Danfeng down from his body. He used the last of his strength to push her away. His scarred body miraculously stood up again and stood in front of Li Changlong. "No one can hurt her if I don't die." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.